teleporter. I see now why. Okay, I know how you design this. So the idea is the more cars that I struggled with, the less problem I would have now, right? Because now they're all obstacles. All those cars that I haven't yet used are gonna try and crush me while I attempt to get through this insanely fast loop. Come on, first personing it. I've got to, because it's the only way for me to see. Now I can kind of see, hold on. Do I got anything coming? Nope, looks clear. Oh yeah, oh, we got it. Oh my God, no! Oh no, at the last moment. Ah, yes. Good old Breakneck Mountain, my favorite place to take the kids skiing. Okay, now I can't see anything right now, but I think we're gonna be okay because I can kind of look behind me and see how far the procession of cars. Oh, whoa! Wow. That didn't work out very well for me, did it? I am really high in the air. I wonder if I can land back on the track somewhere. Oh, that was close. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get it. I just gotta make sure that I'm always looking ahead. And all the pilot... Okay, here we go. Yeah, they kind of go to the middle of the track from what I've seen. And they're all in the same area because I had so many fails, because I had so many different choices. Look at this. There's only a very few amount of them that are left to become obstacles. I think we're gonna get this. Oh, we got it. Hold on. Yes! Yeah! Hey! I'm back at the beginning! No, it's the infinite loop! Are you kidding me? Why would you? Hold on, I gotta try something. I just need to know. Oh, it's fake! The whole time! There's a hit right there! So wait, the whole time I was playing the board, the ending was legit behind the false wall, so I didn't have to do anything. But if I never figured this out, I would have just had to do the board over and over again, but it's okay, we have a winner! Well, the loops may have been finite, but the pain was definitely infinite. Anyway, folks, hope you enjoyed this episode of GTA tonight. All right, we're checking out the only game where the thing that spike strips are good for is deflating my sanity. It's GTA. We wanted to put police spike strips up against cars in GTA, and so we've created a brand new challenge. Using these different stab-worthy vehicle choices, I'm gonna have to try and get through this gauntlet of police spike strips, each section worse than the last. There's normal spike strips and wall spike strips and even Guitar Hero spike strips. I'm gonna need some tires in order to have any chance of getting through to the end, so we're gonna see if the tires get stabbed or if I stab my computer. Let's do this. Welcome to spike climbing. This is like the worst extreme ESPN sport ever made. You've had bouldering, now it's time for spike climbing. Oh, God. Okay, so I got 20 seconds to complete this. But it wouldn't be a day with Gray unless I used at least one or two stupid vehicles. I'm kind of surprised because I don't even know if these tires can be popped on this car. Well, this car, this go-kart. So if they can be popped, maybe I could just do the entire board with this thing, even though it's supposed to be a terrible meme car. I just don't know if I could get over some of these. Oh, what? You got me kidding me. I didn't know if I could get over some of these obstacles, but maybe I can. All right, I think these are getting taller. Oh, God, it's only rear-wheel drive. This is the type of go-kart track that I wanted when I was an 11-year-old. It always scared me that I would go to these go-kart. Oh, hold on, I'm just stretching my neck, don't worry. I would go to these go-kart places, and they would put you in a go-kart that goes like 30 miles an hour as an 8-year-old. This was a terrible idea. Cute. I don't know if that's the best way to describe something that I want to try and beat a challenge with, but I mean, why not? The Mombobile looks like a meme car, but it's kind of like a dark horse, just because in general, it's... Okay, never mind. Oh, God. Oh, hold on. We're fine. Everything's fine. I was gonna say, it's got good pickup. It's got decent maneuverability. I don't know how strong the tires are. It looks like the tires don't just insta-pop. I probably could have gotten rid of my toolbox just strapped into the ceiling of the vehicle with duct tape. This is the most unsafe vehicle on the roadway. What is this? Oh, God. When you're traveling behind a vehicle like this, this is what my wife and I call a final destination vehicle. Because effectively what you're waiting for is the toolbox on top of that car to just fly off, and then a circular saw bust through my windshield and sever my head or something. Okay, so far so good. This is like a new personal best. That was weird, it went right over that. What are those spikes? They're like Christmas spikes? It looks like gigantic snowflakes. Hold on, I need to go back and do this over again because the wall came up and I didn't complete it in time, and I want to see what that text line said. So we have a spike ramp here, I just realized. At first, just my eyes were playing tricks on me. I thought it was just a normal spiky area, but it's an entire ramp, and I cannot get this done in 20 seconds with this car. You know what? Sure, let's try the quad. Just because it's so narrow, CTR, like click-through rate, that's very YouTube of you. All right, 20 seconds. Want to get past the first challenge here. Again, whoa! Oh my God! Well, Gray shoots the three-pointer and scores. I can't believe that I knocked the go-kart off of the spikes. Okay, starting at the beginning. Good speed. And whoa! Okay, that second spike really loves to just launch you in the air. I don't know what it is. Hop over. Okay, I said hop over this. Wow. Come on, meme car. We gotta have at least one meme car get through the very first challenge. Such a languid spike ramp, and I'm still not close to doing this. Whoa! What happened? Oh, physics, where have you gone? Okay, I have to show you something. Well, first I have to face plant into the ground and then lick the concrete and then get run over by my own quad. What is going on down there? Stop that. Stop it. Okay, there are people blowing up on the bottom of the challenge. This ramp, look at this. This spike strip is like a reversey spike strip. It's like Uno. Look at this. Look at it. Look at how weird that is. Ow! Hey guys, I'd like to report a fire. They're like, where? Right here. Okay, I haven't seen anything that tells me that there's a tremendous amount of speed that you need in order to complete this challenge, so we're gonna try something big and powerful. Plus, there is a truck bed in the back, so I can put all of my regrets in there. All right. Oh wow. Okay, the shocks. Oh, whoa. The shocks on this thing are kind of amazing, except for the part where, you know, it loves to do entire 360 Tony Hawk spins on the spikes. Hey! I shouldn't say I don't need speed because it is a timed board, but the problem, oh my God. The problem isn't so much the speed, it's getting hung up on the spikes in the weirdest ways possible. These spikes react totally inconsistently. Now I get it. It's not even just about popping the tires. Look at this. It's about the jacked up things that the spikes do to your car. It just performed like a whirlwind suplex to this Hummer. First spikes, no big deal. Second spikes can totally send you into the shadow realm, but that worked out decently well. Spike ramp, gotta watch out. You want to be perfectly straight, otherwise it shoots you off to the right or the left. There goes my hood. Wasn't using that anyway. These ones here, not bad in this vehicle. Star spikes make you get good air, but yeah, we're not fast enough. Fire department needs more work. That was a gray still place triple axle right there. Okay, here's the plan. I'm gonna use spikes to beat spikes. Listen, this feels like a genius idea. You can see the car is literally called Ouch. What? Well, maybe spike on spike action is not the best idea. Pickup's not bad. The aerodynamics isn't even that bad, considering how much rusted metal is coated this thing. Man, look at how far I still need to get in order to beat this timed area. I wonder if I can ramp over these and get over the challenge that way. Okay. Nice double backflip right there into the palm trees. I love coconuts! Now, the cool thing about arena cars is Alex usually leaves in, see, the boost. And the boost can carry you pretty good. Problem is the front grille on this thing gets hung up on all the spikes. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to shove my neck into the spikes on the side of my car. It wasn't working. So the vehicle gets the same Christmas present all vehicles get, a grenade. Classic Floridian Christmas present. All right, we're not screwing around anymore. I've got 5 legitimate cars left. I would think any of them can, well, except for the remote control car. I would think any of them could potentially do well in this challenge. I'm gonna go with the Wastelander and just hope that it's the key. Because I haven't even gotten Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Oh, God. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Big save. That's what I'm talking about, baby. First try. Oh, what was I thinking? Welcome to Spike's Speed Run. Cowboy Bebop approved. All right, 30 seconds. Spikes everywhere. How bad are they? Okay. Can get through them. Oh my God. Okay. Did it get all 4 of my tires? I don't even think I ran over it with 2 of the tires. That is incredibly inconsistent. God. I mean, the car still drives. I don't think I can beat it in 30 seconds now, though. Okay. So, we got a problem. The very first challenge here is an easy win with the Wastelander, right? Just run through all this. The tires stay in one piece. So that's not a big problem. It's almost like those spikes just move your car around. At this point, though, the police spikes just evolve way past the paleological period or whatever, and they insta-pop everything just about. Now, those tiny spikes don't look like they've done anything. That's not too bad. Okay, here we go, okay. Maybe it's just the spikes in the beginning. These other spikes are kind of just like obstacles. They're not that bad. They do kind of pull your vehicle over to... What the... What is this? Oh my God. Oh no. Come on. Stop. No, is this the anti-Wastelander measure? I can't squeeze through this. Hold on, maybe if I roll this. I'm trying to like pull it up on the side. It looks like the Wastelander could possibly get through here. I just need to perfectly align this. Here we go. Come on. Work with me. Tilt. Come on. Yeah. There we go. Oh, God, no. Oh, wow. It does pop your tires. At least some of them. I lost 1 tire with that one. Okay, little spike slalom. Doesn't do much. Just kind of increases my blood pressure. No big deal. Blood pressure is like 2,100 over 5,100. Now, I need to make sure I do not touch these at... Oh. Did that count? That counted for all the tires. So the injury from the spike strips occurs like 6 inches out from where the spike strips actually are. It doesn't, the cop car is kind of a little bit of a barrier there too. Not a great barrier, but it does something. Great, my suspension's all derped. Okay, how am I supposed to beat this? So yeah, if you drive anywhere near it, it pops every single tire. Okay, I'm gonna need a thinner car. When the Wastelander fails, I'm getting kind of desperate. So I needed to try this just to be absolutely certain that there's no chance. The reason why is because it can jump. So I'm kind of wondering if I can just jump over all of the problems like this. See that? Okay, and ramp's pretty good too. That's nice. The big question is, can I jump over this wall? Go! Ah, all right. That was, I really hoped I could just jump around this problem, but the walls are just barely high enough that I can't get over them. I don't know if this is necessarily going to be better than the Wastelander, but the other cars are so low to the ground, I'm kind of concerned. All right, Redwood. Wood my red. I don't know exactly where we're going with this branding here, but whatever. Okay, so far it doesn't look that bad. That one I needed to pop way earlier, but I think we're gonna be able to make this through the stars, and yeah, okay. First try, still had a good 3 seconds left. Not bad. All right, spike speed run. Big thing here is to make sure you don't touch those spikes in the beginning because those are insta-popping spikes. These ones here, not so bad. Now the Redwood Mobile does lean a little bit, so I do have to, that's what I was afraid of. Oh yeah, you wanna hug it. You just don't wanna hug it too much. Now can it make it through this tiny opening? Yes, it does make it through the opening. Sweet. I'm pretty sure that just hit a tire. Did it count? I don't know. Like I said, it's kind of random whenever it decides it wants my tires to no longer exist on the plane of Earth. Okay, through the little area. Watch the tires, overhead view. I absolutely hit that. At the very least, I lost the right tire. Oh, I lost the front tire. That's weird. Okay, how much of a leeway do I get here? I don't get any leeway. Straight up, look at that. I just lost both of my right side tires, I think. I wasn't anywhere near those spikes. Ow! Oh, these spikes are gonna drive me insane. Oh, these spikes need to calm down. Your spikes are at like an 11. Okay, I need you to bring that down to like a 2. I think the best part of this is I love how all of the police, I'm just running them over. I don't even care at this point. Okay, this car's not gonna make it. All the cops don't even have to do their job. They just leave everything up to the spikes. I guess I would do the same thing. I hate my life right now. How much are these spikes getting paid? Because they're doing a pretty good job of making me hate myself. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, I just need to, oh, this is gonna be close. Whoa, okay. Good enough. Time for a speed run. Okay. Now this does corner pretty good. I just got karma. I shouldn't have said anything. Every time. It happens every time. Just focus, Gray. There we are. Very good. Think of the past. Actually, don't think of the past. The past is very painful. Think of the future. You know what? Don't think of the future either. The future is very painful. Ooh. Okay. Hold on, that's the first time I got, were those spikes on the side of the wall? I only saw that for a split second, but it looked like there was spikes on the side of that wall. I was gonna say the past is painful, the future is painful, Christmas past is painful. All of the different Christmas ghosts, well, I don't want to deal with any of them. They all cause me nothing but heartache and stabbings. I have been stabbed a lot. I am a professional stabby. Okay, don't touch the wall. There we go. Oh, they're on both sides of this wall. I think I squeaked past it. Uh-oh. How am I gonna do that? Those spikes are almost all the way to the curb. Okay. So, I came back here to check this. I'm out of time. But what I wanted to see is if I can roll it. And I can. Look at that. I can roll over the spikes. And, oh, and then I get a repair kit. So even if I just get these ones popped here, I can still regenerate. The only thing I need is a perfect run. Is that too much to ask for? The answer, oh yeah, here we go. The answer's probably yes. I think I may have touched, oh, nope, okay, we're good. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. Through the center. Well, that was completely graceless. Oh, that's good timing. Then we're gonna get close. Then we're gonna get through the middle. We're gonna roll it. Yeah! Whoa, I almost went off the side. Welcome to Guitar Hero Spikes. That sounds absolutely awful. I do feel like Guitar Hero and Spikes should have never been put in the same sentence, but that's kind of what these boards are. And when you look at it, you understand why. Oh, it goes both ways. It Guitar Heroes toward me, and then it Guitar Heroes away from me. What song is this? I kind of wonder if it's a real song or if this is just a random challenge. And they insta-pop your tires. So somehow, I'm gonna need to do this perfectly. Now, there is kind of a cool thing here. Well, if I can jump, I don't know if I can get over this platform. Hold on, let me try and get over this. Oh God, this is so painful. Come on, hop over, there we go. The good part is that we get a repair kit, so you can try again. I get the feeling that they put that repair kit there because they know it's going to take 1,000 tries to have any chance of beating this. Okay, all right. So 3 on the side, 3 this way. I'm screwed, I hit everything. Oh man, and if I slide off, I'm gonna have to go all the way back to the beginning. Fortunately, the rest of this challenge isn't too bad. Who's your day? Whoa! Ooh! Well, I didn't know that my car was allergic to being placed in handcuffs. We meet again, Guitar Hero Spikes, for what I assume will not be the last time. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh God. You've heard of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. This is like Gray still plays his Infinite Nightmare. Okay. Man, I need something that hugs the road, like really good. All right, you two are my last choices. I mean, I'm not really happy with either one of these choices, but we're gonna go with my side-by-side. I'm always happy when the side-by-side gets to claim victory in a challenge. Okay. Oh yeah, ooh, okay, hey, ho, well, the side-by-side is very bouncy. Never thought that having the properties of a masochistic rubber ball would help me in this type of challenge, but wow, it is! Oh my God! I can save this, hold on, no, never mind. The amount of unholy force that the side-by-side gets going off of the spikes is amazing. Okay, so I think I can get this, hold on. As long as I don't go up the side, I need to be very careful about the ramp spikes there. That's probably one of the hardest areas, but I think I've got like 4 seconds left. 3. Oh, nope, didn't have enough time. Okay, as long as I taunt. Oh my God. Oh, never mind. Oh my God. As long as I stick on top of the ramp spikes. There. Nice and patient. Over these. Over the snowflake spikes. And got it. I can do this. Still had 2 seconds left. All right, how's it do on the speed run spikes, though? Now, it is very narrow. I hadn't really thought about that. Oh, it is really narrow compared to the other cars. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got tons of space to work with. This feels great. And this is a 30-second course. Getting through this should be really easy. Wow! Yes! No! Ow! Don't mind me, just failing at life as you do. I need to go to the left. Oh, and I lost a tire, too. I don't need to blast this at full throttle the whole time. I can take my time a little bit around here. A lot of this is about where you... Oh, God. Oh, okay, I still got my tires. It's fine. Never mind, it's not fine. Not gonna lie, kids, don't run from the police because you don't want to get spikes tripped. Oh, God. I cannot believe that I still have my tires right now. It's almost like I could just... Ah! No way! What I was trying to say is it's almost like the hitbox on the spikes are over to one side. They're kind of like over to the right or something. So if you go closer to the left, you don't end up popping them. You know what I mean? Like right there, like closer to the left like that. Now this is really hard, but we're still doing really good. Oh, I got it. Hold on, I don't even care. Pop my tires. Oh, I fell off, no. I need to be able to do this. Hold on. And then hug. Here we go. There. Guitar Hero with the side-by-side. Let's do this. Okay. Oh, the turn radius is so much better. Like, it's so... Well, what just happened there? I have no idea what just happened. It looked like the spikes teleported for a second or like they glitched out. I really don't know. I mean, we're doing great so far. I don't know what it is. Oh, this is it. Did I get past it or... Whoa! What is that? It came out of nowhere, but it's okay. A big ramp. Yeah? Am I good? I think I'm good. What is this? What are you guys doing? Are you on like a lunch break? I'm over here. You're pointing your gun way at the beginning of the challenge. He's like, listen, I'm not getting paid to shoot anyone. I'm just getting paid to stand here. All right? Spikes. Hot pink. Right in between the 2 most lackadaisical police officers in the entire universe. They have put their faith in this spike strip. I'm levitating on the spike strip. A human being dealing with spikes is hilarious. Oh, my knee! Okay, I really don't want to have to do this over again. So we're gonna line this up and we're gonna get a ton of speed and I'm just gonna let my tires get popped, but I'm gonna hope that the momentum carries me all the way to the end. If this doesn't work, I'm probably gonna flip my entire computer desk. That looks good! We have a winner! And I have no tires. Well, I fought spike strips and the spike strips stabbed me in my happiness. Anyway, folks, hope you enjoyed this episode of GTA. Till next time, stay foxy, much love.
Today's video is sponsored by Ridge Wallet. You'll learn more about them in just a bit. What would you do with $1 billion? Buy an island? Design the private jet of your dreams? Own your favorite sports team? Cure cancer? And look, a lot of rich people might tell you to use that $1 billion to make another $1 billion to make more billions. And then other people will tell you to give a large part of it to charity. But if you ask the people who run the city of Dubai, they'd probably have some different answers for you, and ones that might not make a whole lot of sense at first glance. They might advocate that you build a world record-breaking building that doesn't really need to exist, or dredge up sand from the seafloor to make a chain of islands in the shape of your peanut. I mean, your Cleopatra's needle. Why? Well, because that's what you do in Dubai. Look, Dubai has got a truly stunning record of failed, failing, and otherwise useless mega projects, and today we're gonna dig right in. Dubai as a city-state has experienced rapid growth over the course of its history, from a town of about 40,000 people in 1960 to a metropolis of over 3.5 million people today. As might make sense for a population increase in that size, working with the benefit of a booming economy and lots of surrounding space, Dubai's leaders have typically chosen to basically just build another little bit of city out of thin air whenever they need it. And to the city's credit, that effort is sometimes successful. Dubai's Business Bay, complete with 230 skyscrapers, is getting its finishing touches, and the Dubai Marina, built around an open saltwater canal, currently hosts about 55,000 people and a bunch of whales, which is nice. But at other times, Dubai's planned city extensions have had spotty results, and that's putting it rather generously. Take, for example, Jumeirah Garden City, imagined as a 9 square kilometer development at a price tag of, wait for it, $95 billion US. Originally, Jumeirah Garden City was conceived as a way to bring sustainable, eco-friendly housing at a high standard of living for about 250,000 people on what was, at the time, the fringes of the city. According to the developers, Jumeirah Garden City would be walkable, air-conditioned, landscaped in a way that reduces heat, and make considerable improvements on Dubai's usual standards for water use and reuse, energy efficiency, and emissions. It was also stated to open in 2015, and when you ask, would a project slated for opening in 2015 be announced? Well, that would be in 2007, just barely before the entire world was rocked by a financial crisis that put Jumeirah Garden City on an indefinite hold, from which it still has not been restarted. And indefinite hold, by the way, is often a code word used by Dubai developers and officials, which basically means, look, we'd rather not announce to the world that this project is cancelled, but it's cancelled. We cancelled it because it's not going to work. It's completely irresponsible. So look, the Garden City's been on hold for 15 years, so its prospects are not exactly looking brilliant. So, are you tired of bulky, old-fashioned wallets? Do you want something sleek, something stylish, something easy to use? Then you need the Ridge wallet and also their key case. Yes, let me tell you, this is the coolest wallet that you'll ever own. Say goodbye to that bulky thing. I was carrying around a bulky wallet since I was like 18, and I just got rid of it and got a Ridge. It holds 12 cards. I've got 3 in there, like a normal person, but if you've got 12, they will all fit. Plus, there's cash on the back. I mean, it doesn't come with cash on the back, but there's a place to keep cash on the back, and it's also got RFID blocking technology to keep your cards secure. This one is the burnt titanium one. I love how this looks, but they also have 30 different colors and styles to choose from, including, well, like I say, the burnt titanium, carbon fiber, and a whole lot of others. Plus, Ridge is so confident that you'll love their products that you can test drive it for 99 days and send it back for a full refund if you don't love it. This is the keys, the key case, basically a Swiss Army knife for keys. It's brilliant. And we're fumbling around with a giant mess of jangly keys. So if you want to get your hands on the Ridge wallet and the key case, make sure to check out the link in the description box below, or go to ridge.com/sideprojects, and don't forget to use my promo code sideprojects for a 10% discount. That's ridge.com/sideprojects, promo code sideprojects. And now back to today's video. Next up, there's Al Maktoum International Airport, which, according to Dubai, is slated to become the world's largest international airport when it's completed. A sister airport to Dubai International Airport, which boasts status as the world's busiest airport for international passenger travel, Al Maktoum was envisioned as a way to take a clearly booming airline market and give it a second base of operations. Al Maktoum wasn't just meant to be an airport either. It was meant to form the heart of an entire transportation city, one that could provide travelers with all the help and logistical support they could ever dream of. And now, we're going to put aside the fact that going to an entire city built as an extension of an airport terminal sounds like a literal nightmare, and instead focus on what's actually happening at Al Maktoum. To be clear, the airport is open, and with an estimated completion date in the late 2020s and a price tag of $82 billion, it's got quite a bit of hype from Dubai officials looking to send air traffic in that direction. Its planned 5 runways and 3 passenger terminals make it an ideal international hub for the type of traffic Dubai is hoping to accommodate, and there's certainly enough air travel in the region to keep Al Maktoum busy. Except that nobody really seems to want to go there. A handful of passenger airlines have set up shop, but each of them only sends air traffic to 1 or 2 airports around the world. Flynas, Saudi Arabia's low-cost airline, operates with 3 destinations from Al Maktoum, but all 3 are also in Saudi Arabia, reducing their role in Dubai to basically a shuttle service. The UAE's flagship airlines, Emirates and Etihad Airways, haven't yet touched the airport, and Fly Dubai offers just 1 flight to Bahrain 5 years after announcing that Al Maktoum would become their new hub, and a full 13 years after Al Maktoum first opened. As for why this has happened, it appears that no airline has been interested in moving their hub from Dubai International Airport to Al Maktoum, yet another example of a world record-breaking project in Dubai that turns out to just be a white elephant that nobody actually wants. Its construction has continued to suffer delays with a concerning lack of meaningful updates, and other than filling in for Dubai International Airport when the runways over there need to be maintained, there just doesn't seem to be anyone with a desire to fly in or out of Al Maktoum. These days, the airport mainly hosts freight operations from a total of 4 airlines. And look, we couldn't do this part of the video without at least touching on Dubai Land. Now look, we've already done a video on the entirety of Dubai Land over on our Mega Projects channel, so check that out if you'd like to take a deep dive. But for now, suffice to say that Dubai Land was a planned 107 square mile mega theme park that would easily have become the world's largest. With a price tag that was 3 times Dubai's GDP at the time it was conceived, Dubai Land would have integrated Western attractions like a Six Flags, Universal Studios, and Legoland, as well as a Formula One racetrack and parks themed around DreamWorks and Marvel Productions, alongside a gigantic Ferris wheel and themed areas with names like Leisure and Vacation World, Sports and Outdoor World, and Eco Tourism World. As Dubai saw it, the park would be able to attract tens of millions of visitors every year. As for why Dubai wanted this behemoth, it was conceived as a major way of diversifying the city-state's revenue streams, taking it from port city dependent on the oil trade to an economy with parallel ventures in tourism, giving it the ability to withstand, say, a financial crash that would cripple the oil industry. And as for why it failed, well, that would be a financial crash that crippled the oil industry, specifically that nasty little one in 2007 that had also doomed the Jumeirah Garden City. The interest Dubai Land had secured from foreign backers mostly dried up basically overnight, as Dubai was clotheslined in the face by the same economic bogeyman that it had been trying to escape. Look, if you're a believer in this and thought that Dubai could thread the needle just right to make Dubai Land work if the 2007 recession had ever come, then fair enough. But it's worth noting that the entire concept of Dubai Land was built on the same premise that doomed the other mega projects that we've discussed and the ones that we're going to discuss later. There's just not that much of a reason for it to exist. But putting aside the fact that about half the world's population, that is to say women, would be well within their right to conclude that they were straight up unwelcome in Dubai, there's also the prohibitive cost of actually getting to Dubai, and the fact that aside from putting a bunch of big name parks in one place, there's really not much of a reason to go. Not to mention the price becomes even more prohibitive when you consider that in order to actually benefit from all of these things being together, you're now looking at a vacation measured in weeks rather than days. But regardless, it just doesn't matter because most of the project has been abandoned, except for Legoland and a few other scattered parks and a Smurf village for some reason. All of what does exist is crammed into a little spot of desert measuring no more than a few square miles, although the area is labelled on Google Maps in far greater detail than when we made our Dubai Land video just a couple of months ago, so maybe hello, government of Dubai? Speaking of taking photos of Dubai from space, even a very brief glance of a satellite map of the city would make it difficult not to see the group of massive artificial islands currently sitting just off the coast. The ones that look like palm trees? Well, those are the Palm Islands. The one that looks like the world? Well, those are the World Islands. Creative, we know. So, we've already established the government of Dubai excellent at naming things. Turns out what else they're excellent at is dredging up billions of cubic feet of sand in order to make these islands, partially in an effort to dramatically increase the amount of available coastline and beachfront property available in Dubai, and partly in that same drive for tourism that we mentioned before. Now we'll start with the good news. The Palm Jumeirah, which first began being constructed in 2001 and despite a myriad of delays, is actually completed. It hosts long lines of tightly packed villas on each of its fronts, along with a whole bunch of hotels and resorts, as well as the first monorail in the Middle East. Sounds about right. But once you look past the Palm Jumeirah, the situation gets a whole lot worse and pretty quickly. Palm Jebel Ali, which was planned to be about 50% larger than Palm Jumeirah, has had its breakwater constructed and, well, that's about it. The island, which was supposed to host a whole mass of theme parks and about 250,000 people by now, is instead basically just an idea that's been blanketed with lawsuits from investors and people who were promised residency on the island. According to Dubai, the project might restart this year, but given all the other stalled island developments that we're about to cover, we're not exactly holding our breath right now. The Dubai Islands, a separate series of 4 artificial islands, were supposed to make up a third portion of the Palm Islands. A good amount of the sand needed for the project had been dredged up from the ocean by the start of 2007 and the financial crisis, but like many other endeavors on this list, the crisis put a stop to that construction. It was initially planned to host a 2-kilometer-long night market, the biggest in the world, and a mall which, when measured by square footage, would also have been the largest in the world. Along with that, it would have hosted 80 hotels and up to 8,000 villas. But at this moment, it's just some sand off the coast of Dubai. And then there's the World Islands, yet another archipelago off the coast. This collection of 300 islands is in the approximate shape of a map of the world, split across a rough approximation of each of the world's countries. The general concept for the project was that an interested buyer could own a villa on a given island, which they'd then have all to themselves. A person could then say they owned an individual country, and they owned China or Russia or the UK. Makes a ton of sense, doesn't it? Now, a lot of the islands have been claimed at this time, with others having been given away to some famous people, but the vast majority remain untouched by developers. As of now, the island of Greenland has been turned into a showpiece property under the ownership of the Sheikh of Dubai, while another couple of islands host hotels. But brace yourself, because these are the only ones that have at least had their construction work started. Now, if you've kept up with the basic theme of today's video, you already know that the next idea is going to be bigger than the last one in some way, and what's bigger than the world? Well, that would be the Universe Islands, which were expected to dredge about 3,000 hectares of land in the shape of the solar system and the Milky Way. Tragically, there's not much to say about this one. It was announced in early 2008, slated for completion around 2023, paused in 2009, and then quietly mothballed in 2015. And finally, there's the Dubai waterfront, a combination archipelago and canal that would have arched around the Palm Jebel Ali, the second of the 3 planned Palm Islands, in order to make a rough approximation of the Islamic symbol of the star and crescent. This would have made a far larger breakwater for the Palm Jebel Ali, a bay inside the crescent, and 70 kilometers of coastline, with room, according to Dubai, to host another 1.5 million people. As of now, though, construction has yet again been minimal, and there's no indication that it'll pick up anytime soon. As for why this particular series of mega projects went down the dredging tubes, well, there's a lot of reasons. Firstly, yet again, the financial crisis of 2007 took a heavy toll, but it also bears repeating that even if some wealthy people around the world might be interested in filling up 1 or 2 Palm Islands, there's just not that many rich people that desperate to move to Dubai. Even the first Palm Island is only about halfway full at present. Add to that the massive environmental implications of dredging up this much of the seafloor, and it's not exactly a good look. But all this is still before we point out that Dubai is just surrounded by empty desert. There's plenty of land to expand to, it's just not the sort of land that technically gets to be sold as premium beachfront property. Then there's also the issues with dredging and creating islands in this way. In the example of the Palm Islands, the necessary breakwater formed around the islands helps to prevent the tide from swelling up and over the entire thing, but it also causes the seawater within the break to stagnate and oxygenate. A couple of gaps in the breakwater do help with this issue, but they certainly don't fix it. Residents there complain of the smell, the mosquitoes, the algae blooms. The bigger problems, though, are erosion and sinking. All of the islands are prone to sinking into the ocean over a period of decades, while the navigational channels between them begin to fill up with drifting sand, basically just taking the whole thing back to the sea. After eroding artificial islands, after the bonkers theme park and the airport that no airline wanted, we come to Dubai Creek Tower, which should currently be rising about 1,300 meters or 4,300 feet above Dubai right now, vastly surpassing the Burj Khalifa and solidly one-upping Saudi Arabia's planned Kingdom Tower, which would have stolen the record for the world's tallest skyscraper if it had been built unopposed. Yet another attempt by Dubai to secure the world's biggest something, the Dubai Creek Tower would have been built as an observation deck for a price of about $1 billion while emitting a beam of light into the sky at night. A slender, curvy design, the Dubai Creek Tower would have been supported by a net of steel cable stays with an estimated opening date prior to Dubai's Expo in 2020. But As you can probably guess by now, Dubai Creek Tower does not exist. After a groundbreaking in 2016, the project was officially delayed in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which seems fair enough. But what that official statement conveniently left out was that there hadn't been any work done on the site for 2 years previous after a contractor finished up the foundation in May of 2018. Since then, the contract for construction hasn't even been awarded. The pandemic turned out just to be a happy accident to facilitate a much longer delay of the project. As of now, the Dubai Creek Tower has been indefinitely suspended, although that might just be for the best. After all, Dubai's Burj Khalifa, still the tallest building in the world at the time of this writing, has been mired in debt for years while dealing with a sewage system that has become famous for relying on a long line of poop trucks to ferry out waste every day. Given that the Dubai Creek Tower would have been an even taller, similarly expensive, yet even less functional space, perhaps it's best that the whole thing has gone up in a cloud of dust instead. In hindsight, this video might have done well as a drinking game. Take a shot every time something in Dubai is supposed to be the world's biggest, longest, largest, or otherwise record-breaking something or other. And look, we've not even touched on monstrosities like the Dubai frame, which, yes, we suppose is technically the world's largest picture frame. This all appears to be the long-term strategy for Dubai. Produce a city-state that is unlike anything else in the world because, by Dubai's logic, sheer uniqueness is what will drive a booming tourist economy. But in order for that strategy to work, you've got to build the things. And once you do, they've got to work as advertised. A tourist might come to Dubai to see a single developed Palm Island or visit Legoland, but they surely aren't coming to stand on an empty lot where a crazy tall skyscraper might one day be. And we didn't even get into all the other factors that might drive tourists, especially Western ones, away. Highly restrictive laws around gender, sexuality, and alcohol consumption, a complete lack of support for foreigners who want to stay past a few weeks, and a tendency to keep foreign workers trapped in the country by confiscating their passports. But beyond that, there's the simple, stubborn insistence that no, none of these projects are cancelled, and none have failed to live up to expectations. They're awesome. Everything's going great. I think it's a bit ironic. After all, if Dubai would just admit that these projects weren't going to happen, we might not even be making this video. After all, rich people burning their money is certainly not a new phenomenon, and the elites of Dubai are far from the only ones doing it. But when you're laughing maniacally as you throw billions upon billions into the flames, well, that's just a special kind of spectacle, and one that's probably best watched from afar.
Managamorara. Managamorara. Magaramora.
Even in a country used to paying absurd prices for everything from houses to a pint of beer, it was still a pretty eye-watering figure. After initially being projected to cost under £40 billion in 2012, even in a country used to paying absurd prices for everything from houses to a pint of beer, it was still a pretty eye-watering figure. After initially being projected to cost under £40 billion in 2012, Britain's second high-speed rail project, HS2, was recently calculated to be facing a price tag closer to £100 billion. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Just the first phase alone, the 134 miles connecting London and Birmingham, is in danger of becoming one of the most expensive railways ever built. For supporters of the project, it was always intended to pay for itself. By connecting not just the capital and Birmingham, but also major cities in the north, High Speed 2 would integrate England's regions like never before, all while easing capacity on pre-existing rail lines. But then the government went and announced on October the 4th that the entire northern part was going to be scrapped. In a puff. In a puff. All rationale for HS2 vanished, leaving the UK with a multi-billion-pound bill just to slightly reduce travel time between London and Birmingham. So, how did this happen? How did the building of Britain's high-speed rail network spiral into such a nightmare? Well, today we're going to discuss the corpse of the HS2 dream and ask how Britain got so shamefully bad at building infrastructure. The saying goes that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. In the case of Britain's second high-speed rail line, though, those involved didn't merely repeat the mistakes of the past, they reimagined them, making them bigger, louder, and more expensive. History repeating itself not as a farce, but as a blockbuster sequel. The original mistakes in question were those surrounding the first high-speed rail line, HS1. A 63-mile track linking London to the Channel Tunnel, HS1, back then known as the Channel Tunnel Rail Link, finally roared to life in 2007, 13 years after the tunnel had opened. For £5.8 billion, equivalent to 1 metric ton of dollars, it shaved 40 minutes off travel time between the British and French capitals. And it did this while coming in at 3 times over its predicted budget. Yet, while mistakes certainly went into the budgeting of HS1, it wouldn't be fair to call the line itself a failure. Really far from it. When the UK government commissioned its first interim evaluation of the line in 2013, it found that it had been an economic success. People, perhaps more importantly, it had added significant extra capacity to commuter lines running into London from Kent, as much as 40% extra in peak times. Were the government to repeat the HS1 experience, but with a far more realistic budget and strict oversight of ballooning costs, you could almost imagine this being the start of a UK-wide high-speed rail dream. The dawn of a great era of infrastructure building. For Lord Adonis, it was an era he felt himself destined to deliver. A Labour peer, Lord Adonis was also something of a rail freak, the sort that would have been completely at home in Victorian-era England, helping Isambard Kingdom Brunel drive his new train empire west across the countryside. In fact, the idea of rail building as a great Victorian tradition was something Adonis liked to bring up in his post of Transport Secretary. This was back in early 2010, in the dying days of the last Labour government to date under Prime Minister Gordon Brown. For Adonis, it was also maybe the last chance to bring his high-speed rail utopia to Britain. In the final months of the Labour government, he wrote memos and held meetings, declared that Italy, Spain, and even the French were getting ahead of the UK on rail, pointed out that Japan had opened its first bullet train all the way back in 1964. Although the government that he was a part of would lose power in May, it wouldn't do so before Lord Adonis had published a white paper on a new high-speed rail line, one that would connect Britain's cities like never before. Luckily for him, the incoming coalition government would contain powerful people who read that white paper and liked what they saw. Among their number was the new Chancellor, George Osborne. Now, if you're British and of a certain political persuasion, you probably remember George Osborne best as the guy who cut public spending so badly, including disability benefits, that he got booed at the London Paralympics. But while Osborne stand hard for austerity, he also had a bit of a soft spot for flashy infrastructure projects. As The Guardian memorably put it, he saw them as a talisman of a virile, manufacturing-oriented Toryism. So rather than look at the predicted £33 billion high-speed 2 cost and to reach for his budget-pruning shears, Osborne instead picked up his cheerleading pom-poms. By 2013, the Prime Minister, David Cameron, was able to officially announce the new high-speed rail link, declaring, if you want to get on board the high-speed revolution, you've got to start planning now. It was a plan that envisioned a Y-shaped line running through the heart of Britain, connecting London not just to the second largest UK city, Birmingham, but also to three of the great cities of the north, Manchester, Leeds, and Sheffield. A plan that would bring huge economic opportunities to a long-neglected region. Unfortunately, there was one thing that neither Adonis nor Osborne nor anybody else could have envisaged. A budget that would soon balloon wildly out of control. Among British policymakers, there are basically two viewpoints as to the cause of the HS2 debacle. One, that spiralling costs and government incompetence made the project unfeasible, and two, that it was just doomed from the beginning. Those in the latter camp will point to stuff like recent estimates from the pro-growth campaign group Britain Remade that shows even High Speed 2's original budget would have been staggeringly expensive, twice the price on a per-kilometre track basis than Italy's Bari to Naples link. To which the first camp might respond that it would have still been worth it. For roughly £33 billion of outlay, government analysis predicted over £100 billion in long-term benefits. It was only when the cost started to inflate to astronomical levels that the project just stopped making financial sense. As is often the case with expensive infrastructure, the journey from expensive but worth it to simply expensive was gradual. Less a bullet train of wastage and more just a trundling locomotive. With the budget first revised in 2015, a year before work began, it was up to £55 billion. A big jump, but still well below the expected benefits. Even the 2019 revision to £71 billion still wasn't a death blow, despite working out to over £2,000 per UK household. No. It was only with a reported budget jump to over £100 billion following the pandemic that HS2 became politically untenable. In October 2023, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak pulled the plug on all but the connection between London and Birmingham, a 134-mile journey optimistically referred to as Phase 1. By that time, even this extremely truncated version of HS2 was set to cost £53 billion. As the Notes on Growth Substack wrote, the 134 miles of track between London and Birmingham alone is now forecast to cost £53 billion, and at £396 million per mile, Phase 1 of HS2 is one of the world's most expensive railways. To make things clear for our American viewers today, it's not like transport links between London and Birmingham don't already exist. The fast train from Euston Station to Birmingham New Street takes around 1 hour and 40 minutes. All high speed will do will shave 25 to 35 minutes off that journey. Or will it? We'll come to the fate of the half-built Phase 1 in a minute. For now, though, what we want to do is focus on the obvious question. How the hell did HS2 get so expensive in the first place? Alright, so the first thing to note about HS2's inflated price tag is that some of the cost isn't unique to the project. Rather, it's just how Britain builds things. For example, Notes on Growth writer Sam Dumitru has pointed to the insane costs associated with planning applications in the UK. Something that you can see in the proposed London Thames crossing, which recently spent £267 million just on planning paperwork. The second thing to note is that some of the crazy HS2 budget is absolutely the result of specific factors surrounding the rail line, factors such as political interference. Between London and Birmingham lies the sort of genteel English landscape that people who've never visited the UK believe the whole country looks like. A green swath of rolling hills, country lanes, and posh blokes wearing tweed. Unfortunately, it turns out that the sort of people who live in this landscape hate the idea of London politicians plonking a fancy new train line right in the middle of it. Double unfortunately, most of them are represented by Conservative MPs, in other words, members of the ruling party. As a result of lobbying by these MPs, the government agreed to repeatedly divert HS2 underground through tunnels. 13 unplanned kilometres of tunnels were added to the Chiltern Hills alone. While some countries, like Japan, can do tunnelling at a reasonable cost, sending HS2 underground sent costs shooting up, especially as more and more extras kept being added on. Take the ventilation shafts. If you send a train through a long tunnel, you're going to need to build ventilation shafts for that tunnel that will emerge above ground. In the Chiltern Hills, though, MPs lobbied to have those ventilation shafts disguised as farmyard barns in keeping with the picturesque surroundings. This alone added £3 million to the project. Now, £3 million on such an expensive piece of infrastructure is barely a rounding error. Yet the Chiltern Hills ventilation shafts were only one such socket in their thieves. In the Colne Valley Lakes, the local council forced the support beams on a 3.4-kilometre viaduct to be redesigned to look like stones being skimmed across the water. The more tunnels and unnecessary features were added on, the more a few million here and there started to add up. Sort of like how you can take a spontaneous weekend away somewhere once or twice a year without ruining your budget, but if you do it every weekend, you're going to wind up destitute. Not that Chiltern Hills NIMBYs were the only ones driving costs up. There was also the wasteful HS2 management. The Guardian did a recent article excoriating the government for the sheer bloat among the project's workforce, which one interviewee characterized as this white-collar army out of proportion to what you see anywhere else in Europe. Among them were 40 employees paid more than £150,000 a year and chief executives with higher salaries than any other public official in Britain. Worse, adding all these high-paid consultants didn't seem to streamline the process. Instead, it merely added cascading layers of bureaucracy in which no one knew who was in charge, simple things required the sign-off of multiple people, and time was endlessly wasted over trivial issues. In the end, all this clearly added up to too much. In July of 2023, the government's own infrastructure watchdog branded HS2 as unachievable, saying it could not be delivered in its current form. It was in the wake of this that Rishi Sunak axed the western part of the northern leg to Manchester, 2 years after Boris Johnson axed the eastern leg to Leeds and Sheffield. The current hope is that by ditching the northern legs, HS2 can at least claw back some money, that a £53 billion London to Birmingham service will pay off quicker than a £100 billion service that continues to the north. Sadly for Sunak, that hope may be based on some rather faulty logic. Because as we're about to see, there are plenty of problems with even this much reduced railway dream. In February 2020, the UK government published an official review into HS2, which aimed to weigh up whether it was worth continuing. Written by Douglas Oakerby, its headline claim was that the project should go ahead, a fact the government and many locals pounced on. What got less coverage was Oakerby's Flying Scotsman-sized caveat. HS2 would only be worth the cost if Britain committed to building the whole thing. The economic case for the London to Birmingham link alone didn't make sense. It would be the two northern legs that would bring the most benefits. And Oakerby's grim assessment was written even before the latest troubles hit the Birmingham-London leg, namely that HS2 may never make it to central London. Back in March of 2023, the Transport Secretary, Mark Harper, dropped a shock announcement. Rather than terminating at Euston Station in central London, HS2 would now end at Old Oak Common. If you're an American viewer wondering what the hell that even means, don't worry, you're not alone. Few living in London had previously heard of Old Oak Common, and with good reason. It's over 6 miles outside of the city, right in the suburbs. That means that, as of the time of recording, the plan is for HS2 to drop passengers there, where they'll board local services to commute onwards into the city centre. Or as the Institute for Physical Studies declared, the new line will, at a cost of tens of billions, get you from Birmingham to central London less quickly than you can do it at the moment. Of course, you could counter that argument by stressing the economic benefits that will flow to Old Oak Common. Likewise, you could point to the cost-saving measures of not building onward to Euston Station, where land is hyper-expensive. At least, you could have done so had construction at Euston not already started. Currently, the area around Euston Station holds a gigantic hole in the grounds that disrupts local communities and may never be used for anything. Creating that hole has seen people's homes and businesses already compulsory purchased and knocked down. And for what? It gets even weirder. To tunnel on from Old Oak Common to Euston, the government invested £40 million buying 2 top-of-the-range German tunnel boring machines. Even though they're yet to be delivered, the plan at the moment is to bury them under Old Oak Common and hope that they can later be dug up and used to tunnel to Euston. If the Euston section of HS2 is never finished, then the UK government will effectively be burying the world's most expensive time capsule. Now, hearing about stuff like this is tempting to wonder if, just maybe, the UK shouldn't have listened to the results of the 2006 independent review into high-speed rail. Written by Rod Eddington before HS1 was even finished, it concluded that high-speed rail simply isn't worth it in Britain. But for various reasons, the money would be better spent on less sexy improvements like line electrification and improving local bus services. So now, in the final part of today's video, let's look at some of those various reasons. The reasons why building any infrastructure in the UK is an expensive nightmare. Now, if you're British and you want to feel sad about the state of national infrastructure, you could do worse than read the long blog post Notes on Growth released covering the cost of building almost anything in the UK. Titled simply, Britain's infrastructure is too expensive, it compared the expense of investing in any form of new transport against similar costs in other rich Western countries. The conclusion? Only in the United States do you get less bang for your buck. Everywhere else, from Japan to Western Europe, cool simply costs less. Let's take trams, one of the main examples the Post cited. In Britain, recent tram lines have included the 11.5-mile track in Edinburgh and the 3.4-mile Trafford Park Line extension in Manchester. These were built at roughly the same time as the Besançon tramway in France, which cost the equivalent of £28 million per mile of track and came in 6 months ahead of schedule. The Edinburgh tram, by contrast, cost around £87 million per mile. The Manchester one came in at an eye-watering £119 million per mile. The article highlighted similar staggering differences in the cost of roads and metros. Spain, for example, built the Madrid metro network for a cost of £68 million per mile. In Britain, the average price of a mile of metro track is £676 million. France, Italy, and Germany can all lay claim to the same amount of track for cheaper. And these are only average prices. When building the new Elizabeth line across London, the UK government invested £1.39 billion for every mile of track in the central section, which covers a little over 11 miles. That means you could have built 1.5 James Webb Space Telescopes for the cost of the Elizabeth line's central core. And as useful as the Elizabeth line may be, it's unlikely to ever solve the mysteries of galaxy formation or the wider universe. But perhaps the saddest statistic of all that Notes on Growth highlighted was the one comparing the UK's Lower Thames crossing to Norway's Lardal Tunnel. As we mentioned earlier, the planning application for the Lower Thames crossing alone costs £267 million. Well, for less than half of the British paperwork cost, the Norwegians were able to actually build their entire tunnel, which is now the longest road tunnel in the world. At this stage, it's worth asking a pair of related yet distinct questions. Why is it cheaper to build in Europe, and why is it so expensive to build in the UK? In the case of European infrastructure, the relative cheapness seems to come from a combination of standardization and speed. Rather than do anything fancy, French and Spanish politicians seem to prefer just getting it done in as simple way as possible. It also might include hiring teams to work around the clock rather than letting construction sites go quiet overnight. There's also the fact that other nations tend to follow up one infrastructure project with another. France has built over 20 tram stations in the last quarter century, for example. Since 2005, Italy has been on a roll constructing high-speed rail. That means expertise can be kept and built upon, allowing for faster construction. As Politico notes, the UK, now only building its second ever high-speed track, has little of this in-house expertise. As the question of why the UK is so expensive, well, there are multiple potential answers. One, as we illustrated earlier, is NIMBYism, the sort of local pressure that allows people in the Chilterns to force the government into paying for an extra 13 kilometers of expensive tunneling. This is similar to the US, where the ability to sue to stop projects is so strong in some states that construction costs have ballooned. But there are a host of other reasons too, from planning applications that cost the earth to a tendency of the law to value countryside over progress. Or as the Telegraph listed them, among the explanations given are historic underinvestment in repairs and renovation of aging infrastructure, the higher cost of new schemes, a shortage of engineers which pushes up prices, the cost of land which tends to be more expensive than in other countries, onerous planning laws, overly generous compensation arrangements, and woefully poor procurement and contract management. To which The Guardian added, UK politicians having a magpie-like attraction to shiny, expensive projects. Projects that will look spectacular but ultimately bring less benefit than simply investing that money in local bus upgrades. Beyond all that then, it's clear that Britain has major issues building infrastructure, issues that Americans might recognise, but which would make the rest of the world snort with laughter. As such, it has now fallen to HS2 to become a symbol of that, a line that was conceived of as a return to the great Victorian construction projects of the past, now reduced to an overpriced London to Birmingham link that won't even make it into central London. Hopefully, this time, politicians will learn the right lessons from the debacle. Hopefully, we're not going to be releasing a near-identical video in 15 years' time covering up the Northern Powerhouse Rail, often referred to as HS3. But we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? If making this video has taught us anything, it's that something badly needs to change in the UK to make infrastructure projects worthwhile. Whether any politicians will have the sense and the balls to make those changes remains to be seen. So, in theory, they're an earth-shaking invention, a futuristic wonder train that could reshape what it means to traverse the world we live in, floating on dual sets of electromagnets, constrained in their speed only by the constraints of the track they're built on and the people inside them. The concept of the maglev train is a long-time favorite of ambitious engineers and starry-eyed futurists, and for good reason. If gotten right, if implemented at broad scale, the maglev could reshape our entire world, and entirely for the better. So why is it that in all the world today, after an entire century plus of devoted research into the concept, there are just 6 maglev trains in operation? For a design that captures the imagination better than almost any other, the maglev has fallen miles and miles short of its fullest potential, and on today's episode of Mega Project, we're going to find out why. Okay, now before we dig into the engineering and practical feasibility of the maglev, we're going to start with a science lesson. Now, of course, we're not going to go terribly deep on the finer points of the physics here, but for those maglev enthusiasts watching, I'm sure you're going to fill us in the comments below. Look, at a basic level, maglevs, short for magnetic levitation trains, do exactly what they are described to do. They levitate because of magnets. Any magnetic pole, whether it be in a deposit of iron or cobalt, a specially designed household or industrial magnet, or even just in the front of your fridge, is going to attract magnets that are opposite to it and repel or push away magnets that are like it. It's a simple enough principle, and to illustrate it practically, we can imagine an entire table made up of a magnetic surface. Say you were to drop a metal sphere of an opposite magnetic polarity, that sphere will smack into the table with some pretty extreme enthusiasm, and it'll be pretty difficult to remove it afterwards. But if you drop a metal sphere that has the same polarity as the table, it will actually end up floating, because not only is it being held up and away from the magnet directly underneath it, but whenever it tries to fall to one side, it's basically falling onto other magnets that are also keeping it in the air. Now, this is a pretty straightforward concept. You're probably not struggling to wrap your head around it, and the idea that this principle could be used for transport, and specifically for trains, has been around for a really long time. Indeed, during the early 1900s, American inventor Robert Goddard and French-American engineer Émile Bachelet both seriously considered the concept and its theoretical applications for a few key reasons. You see, when an ordinary train rolls on wheels along a stretch of train tracks, it's constantly dealing with friction from the rails, which of course slows it down. It's also got to maintain balance. If you get a train going too fast and then it hits a curb too fast, a whole lot of people are going to have a really bad day. But these problems are alleviated when we consider the maglev. Now, there's a few variations on maglev technology, and we'll get into detail in just a moment, but imagine, as an example, a single monorail that's covered in electromagnets. The surface isn't magnetic if the power is switched off, but as soon as someone turns it on, the rail begins to exert a powerful magnetic force on any other magnetic surfaces that surround it. So, we've got our rail, let's add our train, and it will feature a design on the bottom that allows it to wrap around the monorail in a sort of C shape. The monorail too is covered in electromagnets, and they've got the same polarity as the rail, meaning that these magnets don't want to be touching each other. Use a powerful enough magnet and you can hold the entire train floating in midair. And once it's levitating, the train can move very, very fast, using the same amount of energy that it would take to move an ordinary train much, much slower. After all, there is no friction. And in a purely hypothetical sense, this train could also turn and stop much more easily than one that's traveling on traditional railways. Add a powerful enough magnet directly in front of the train, and it will not matter how fast you drive that train straight at that magnet, they are not going to touch. Now, obviously, this would be really bad for anybody inside the train or any of the loose objects that would crash into whatever's in front of them. But even if a maglev was somewhat toned down to be a bit less ridiculous, it would still be a major improvement on any of the railway trains that are currently in use. Ever feel like you're juggling 1,000 things at once? Yes, maybe. Look, life's busy. That's where today's sponsor comes in. Today's sponsor is Squarespace. Squarespace makes it a breeze to create a beautiful website, just like I did, despite the whirlwind of tasks and responsibilities that everybody seems to have. Squarespace has many incredible features, but there are a few standouts. First of all, there has to be Fluid Engine. It's like having your own creative genie. You can craft a stunning website in no time at all. And for those moments when you wish you had an extra set of hands, there's extensions. You can connect your website to a whole bunch of third-party tools. And Squarespace, they just released their newest feature called Courses. You got the power to teach and earn with courses, all on your own terms. Squarespace helps you create and sell an online course easily. You can charge a one-time fee, or you can sell subscriptions. Take what you know and turn it into income with Squarespace courses. And here's the best part, you can try it for yourself. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to make your life a whole lot easier, go to squarespace.com/megaprojects and use the code megaprojects to save a fantastic 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. Thank you to Squarespace, and now back to today's episode. Alright, so now that we've got the science sort of decently under control, let's dig into the specifics behind what a maglev actually looks like. Now, there are two basic types of maglev that people know how to build. Electromagnetic suspension, which is pretty similar to the system that we just described, and electrodynamic suspension. First, there's electromagnetic suspension, or EMS. EMS uses a train and a guideway, or a monorail, both of which are coated with electromagnets that lift the train about half an inch, or just over a centimeter over the guideway. This kind of system has one major benefit that electrodynamic suspension doesn't, specifically that it elevates the train off the track even when the train is stationary or at rest. The only thing that would cause the train to touch the track is if the electromagnets were shut off entirely. This means that EMS-style tracks can be simple, the trains can be very sleek, and although early theorists on these sorts of designs had a lot of concerns about train stability, there are ample measures to deal with stability concerns in the modern day. Okay, so then there's electrodynamic suspension. This is where a train isn't situated around a monorail at all, but instead it rests on a guideway that includes a flat bottom and walls on either side. Here, it is the walls that emit a magnetic force toward the train, with the bottom of the walls designed to push the train upward and have it float at the furthest point between either wall, basically in the center of the track. In this case, it's about 4 centimeters off the ground. The higher section of the walls are built to attract or pull the train toward both sides at once, further stabilizing the train in the center of the track. Now, of course, the trains are made with more than strong enough material so as to not split down the middle, which would probably, again, lead to many people having a really bad day. Alright, so there are a number of variations on electrodynamic suspension, or EDS, but the basic idea is the same. It keeps the train floating at the center of a corridor rather than just pushing it upward and away from a single track. EDS has a major disadvantage, though, which is that at slower speeds, the walls don't exert enough magnetic flux to make the train levitate. But this can be solved by giving the train wheels or other gear which will eventually lift off the ground when the train goes fast enough. EDS also creates a bit more drag for reasons that we don't need to get into, and because of the way the magnetic field works, hard drives, credit cards, or even pacemakers would be rendered inoperable unless the train is magnetically shielded. This sort of shielding is possible, it's just really, really expensive. We should also mention, really briefly, that there's also a third sort of design that uses permanent magnets, ones that don't turn off and on, but this design is far less developed. And then there's the question of propulsion. This works mostly the same way, regardless of what sort of maglev train we're talking about, and the critical thing to understand is that a maglev train does not have an engine, at least not like other vehicles and rail propulsion systems. It also doesn't, say, get pulled along by a winch or pushed along by a giant fan or a jet engine or any of the things that might seem like they make sense to power a floating train. Instead, Maglevs are propelled by yet more magnets coordinated to turn on and off at just the right time to pull or push the train in a certain direction. It raises a number of issues around high-speed travel, specifically around getting a powerful enough engine onto a train to make it go at the speeds that a maglev can potentially hit. And, well, talking about speeds, well, what are they? Try about 500 kilometers or 310 miles per hour. That's more than half the speed of a commercial jetliner with all the advantages of rail travel and then some. And even those high speeds, they're merely a fraction of what is possible if engineers don't have to worry about things like, say, curves in the track or the physical limitations of the humans riding on board. Stupid, weak humans. Conceivably, a maglev train can float through the air as fast as you can coordinate magnets to push it along, and with the current maglev speed record already set at 601 kilometers an hour, that's 374 miles per hour, for what is still a very much emerging technology, it's safe to say that the design's uppermost limit is probably far, far beyond that. Now, as for actually building a maglev train, the technology also provides some other key advantages compared to regular rail travel. Because the entire train is just floating, often in enclosed tunnels, it should typically experience only very limited wear and tear, meaning that repairs and parts replacements happen less frequently. It's also highly unlikely that a maglev train would derail, and they aren't subject to any of the same restrictions on width that a rail car would need to be in order to balance on its tracks. The trains also don't burn any fuel, and the ride is both quiet and smooth due again to what should be a near complete lack of friction. Finally, maglev trains can handle far more significant slopes upward than a traditional railway train, making them significantly more practical in hilly areas or for quick transitions from above-ground stations to subterranean travel. Okay, so, as state-of-the-art as it may seem, the first commercial maglev actually went into development decades ago when in 1984 a low-speed maglev opened up at a short route between the UK's Birmingham International Railway Station and the Birmingham International Airport. The Birmingham maglev train ran for about 11 years, ferrying people across a stretch of track that went only for about 600 meters. It was a far cry from anything the more starry-eyed maglev enthusiasts would imagine, but it was a cool little thing in its own right and proved to be pretty popular with its passengers. Unfortunately, it was made obsolete before long, and its magnetic systems were plagued with so many problems that by 1995 the whole thing was closed down and replaced with a bus. But the first commercial high-speed maglev wouldn't come about for another 20 years after the humble Birmingham line. When it did, it showed up across the world in the city of Shanghai, China. Designed by several German companies and capable of carrying passengers at 430 kilometers an hour, 268 miles per hour, it provided a very smooth, quiet ride that took 8 minutes to complete, going from the Shanghai Financial District to the Pudong International Airport. That same ride takes about 50 minutes by taxi. Though the Shanghai maglev operated only 3 trains of 5 cars each, every train could carry as many as 574 passengers, and because of the very short span of track, those trains were able to complete shuttle runs every 10 minutes with the capacity to transport 10 million passengers a year. The price for that 8-minute maglev was the equivalent of $1.2 billion in 1995 money, closer to $2 billion today. And across the world, Germany took its best attempt at an early maglev design in 1991 with a train that it referred to as the Magnetbahn. Meant to travel a mile, or 1.6 kilometers, in a section of Berlin that had been divided by the Berlin Wall, it was able to hit 80 kilometers per hour between its 3 stations, but sadly, it was victim of poor timing. By the time it opened, the Berlin Wall had fallen, meaning that there was no need for a maglev in the first place. Predictably, it closed just a year later. Japan's Linamo maglev opened nearly 2 decades ago and is currently serving its local community after some early fanfare in the Expo 2005, and it's been lucky enough to stay open, but it too is not a high-speed train, topping out at just 100 kilometers per hour and featuring 9 stops on its 9-kilometer journey. South Korea's Oroton maglev in the city of Daejeon does about the same thing, and the Incheon Airport maglev, also in South Korea, runs at just over 6 kilometers in length with a top speed of 80 kilometers an hour. China's Changsha maglev and S1 line in Beijing are both low-speed maglevs as well, making them, well, just no more impressive. And believe it or not, that is the exhaustive list of all the maglevs that have ever existed in commercial use. And even beyond the lines that did get completed, the average turnaround time between ambitious maglev proposal and quiet cancellation have been pretty short. Take, for example, the Swiss Metro, a project that had hoped to bring every Swiss city within 15 minutes traveling the others. The Swiss Metro intended to use sleek high-speed trains in excess of 500 kilometers per hour, sealed in vacuum or near vacuum tunnels between 50 and 100 meters underground. But given how the proposal would have cost 24 billion francs, it was ultimately and predictably abandoned. So too was the situation for the Munich maglev, estimated at a length of 38 kilometers from airport to city centre, but cancelled after its costs nearly doubled. A planned nearly 300-kilometre track from Berlin to Hamburg, traversable in just 55 minutes, was greenlit in 1994 but cancelled in 2000 when everybody realised that a somewhat slower new train would be cheaper, and the Metro Rapid, planned between Dusseldorf and Dortmund, faced massive public backlash and questions over whether a high-speed maglev really matters at all if it's got to stop almost a dozen times over the course of its journey. And lest you worry that only Germany and Switzerland learned their maglev lessons the hard way, well, there's no need to worry. In the United States, a maglev between the cities of Baltimore and Washington, D.C. went down the tubes in 2002 after public officials learned the hard way that mid-Atlantic suburban residents didn't love the idea of their neighborhoods being demolished in order to get a fast train. The cost was also a major issue, projected at up to $4 billion even before construction even started, and over half of that money was expected to come from non-government sources. The city of Pittsburgh tried to get their own design funded with the intent of bringing people from the airport to the city centre, but as any current resident of Pittsburgh will tell you, the closest thing you can get to maglev travel in the traffic-clogged city is to just run really quickly. Similar projects in California went the same way. Even a low-speed maglev intended for Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, was recently demolished after its track sat abandoned for 20 years, cancelled after $6 million were already spent building an insanely elaborate means of taking students across the campus. $16 million. So, that basically sums up the state of the modern maglev industry. One high-speed version and a handful of low-speed trains that basically do the same job as a traditional rail line using maglev technology for no other reason that it seems like it's really cool. By now, it should be fairly clear that a few major factors crop up time and time again in order to stand in the way of maglev projects. Their massive cost and frequent budget overruns, public blowback against building on specific routes, and the simple reality that if you're just after a high-speed commuter train making a multi-stop trip, a maglev simply isn't that much better than just a regular-ass train. But there is one more factor that we've got to touch on in order to fully flesh out why there's so much hesitancy around maglevs. The Leithen Transrapid collision, which occurred in a small town in Germany in 2006 at a maglev testing facility. In Leithen, the Transrapid Maglev Company had been testing their trains on a 31-kilometer, 19-mile track where the company had been working for years on trains that were supposed to be used in the maglev projects that we described prior. Because maglev trains quite literally cannot collide with each other, again, magnets doing magnetic things, Transrapid had long made a habit of offering tickets to the public for test runs with up to 1,000 visitors a day. But on September the 22nd, 2006, a communications failure during a standard test run caused Transrapid's test train to crash into a stationary maintenance parked further down the track that hadn't got permission to turn off the main track and go into its storage shed. At a speed of 162 kilometers per hour, 101 miles an hour, the maglev impacted the maintenance car, leaving 23 maglev passengers dead, while 10 people, including the two in the maintenance car, survived with significant injuries. It was a tragic accident, one caused by clear 1,000 visitors a day. But on September the 22nd, 2006, a communications failure during a standard test run caused Transrapid's test train to crash into a stationary maintenance parked further down the track that hadn't got permission to turn off the main track and go into its storage shed. At a speed of 162 kilometers per hour, 101 miles an hour, the maglev impacted the maintenance car, leaving 23 maglev passengers dead, while 10 people, including the two in the maintenance car, survived with significant injuries. It was a tragic accident, one caused by clear failures by the test facility's dispatchers and employees rather than by any failure of maglev technology itself. But nonetheless, the incident was so shocking that it forced the end of the Transrapid company, the cancellation of nearly every maglev Transrapid was supposed to work on, and it shook public confidence in maglev technology so severely that the entire industry was set back decades. But after that somber episode, it's probably best to balance out with a little bit of good news, and luckily, we do have some of that to share as well. Maglev projects may be developing at a snail's pace, but even snails do get somewhere eventually, and in the early 2020s, it appears that maglev technology is starting to do the same. For the day's first bit of optimism, We're going to head over to the city of Qingdao in China, where in 2021, a maglev produced by China Railway Rolling Stock Corporation snagged the title of the fastest train on Earth. Capable of hitting speeds as high as 600 kilometers or 373 miles per hour, the Qingdao maglev is reportedly very quiet and easily maintained, and as of now, China plans to take this successful prototype and build a network of maglev lines to run it. Also in China, links between Shanghai and Hangzhou and between Chengdu and Chongqing are reportedly under construction. And then there's the Northeast Maglev in the US, which still hopes to construct a high-speed rail connection between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore before extending north to New York City and transforming a 4-hour drive into a 1-hour maglev trip. In a project that continues to garner significant financial support from the Japanese government, Northeast Maglev is also projected to need some 6 or 7 years to build its train once it gets the go-ahead, meaning that if everything came together for the project tomorrow, the maglev still wouldn't be available until 2030, and it still needs to get approval from dozens of agencies before it does. But even though area residents are cynical around whether the project will actually happen, it's not been given up on. Lastly, there's the Chou Shinkansen, a maglev line currently under construction and expected to run between the Japanese cities of Tokyo and Nagoya. With a planned 285-kilometer initial track that would include 9 stops, the Chou Shinkansen is projected to hit speeds of 505 kilometers or 340 miles per hour. The line has been under construction since 2014, with commercial service projected to begin as soon as 2027, although red tape issues in one of the prefectures the maglev would run through has given some cause for concern. The Chou Shinkansen faces a few obstacles before it's completed, not least the risk of building an underground maglev line in a seismically active area, and while the tunnels for the maglev will be reinforced by the time the trains run through it, the construction process will still be risky for workers. At present, the improved L0 series of maglev has been designed for the line and is undergoing regular testing at the Chou Shinkansen's test loop. So, all things considered, the maglev has turned out to be an incredibly tough proposition to get right, from the technical challenges in making it work to the tremendous costs of building a line to questions on whether the maglev is even worth it at all. In many countries, even in China and Japan, where they're most likely to be built en masse, maglev technology has largely fallen by the wayside in favor of conventional high-speed rail networks. In other nations, though, even regular high-speed rail has been an exceptionally daunting challenge, and if a country can't get that right, it's going to be hard for them to turn around and deliver a maglev. So, until something changes, it's entirely likely that the maglev will remain a machine trapped mostly in the theoretical. Perhaps future success stories like the Chou Shinkansen or the Qingdao maglev will change that, if they can work well enough, consistently enough, to undo the bitter taste that maglev proposals have left in many policymakers' mouths. Or perhaps the high-speed trains of today and the hyperloops of tomorrow will simply do the same job better, making the maglev redundant and obsolete. For now, though, we'll simply have to wait and find out.
Malagamorara.
It started as the latest brainchild for one of the world's richest men, a promised revolution for the transportation industry that would turn the established world order on its head. Back in those days, the somewhat fantastic idea of the Hyperloop was said to be able to bring passengers from New York to LA in under an hour, to circumnavigate the world in less time than it takes to smoke a brisket. Using a series of pneumatic vacuum tubes and a magnetic levitation system already used on bullet trains, small pods would be able to take their riders long distances at absolutely insane speeds. A concept that Musk himself described as a cross between a Concorde, a railgun, and an air hockey tape. But now, it's been more than a decade since the world's wonkiest billionaire tried to sell us the Hyperloop, and dear old Elon doesn't seem to have much to show for it, does he? His experimental Hyperloop tunnel in California has been replaced with SpaceX parking spots, and he's not said much about the concept in quite a while. Also, recent flights of fancy with Twitter and MMA fights with Mark Zuckerberg appear to have captured his attention instead because he knows what's important. But just because Elon Musk and his business empire have decided to back off the Hyperloop doesn't mean that everyone else has. From the US to Europe to the Middle East and South Asia, a number of companies around the world have taken the Hyperloop concept and started to run with it. In today's episode of Mega Projects, we're going to take a closer look at some of the global efforts to make the Hyperloop a reality and figure out whether they might get the job done regardless of whether Elon is along for the ride. Now, for a concept it might be a surprise to you, the Hyperloop is a pretty old concept. First proposed all the way back in 1799 by an inventor by the name of George Medhurst. The idea of moving materials through depressurized tubes or pipes is the sort of thing that makes sense with a basic understanding of physics. Depressurizing a seamless tube means less air resistance when an object moves through. Less air resistance means less friction. Less friction means that X amount of fuel now move the vehicle farther and farther because it's not fighting against the atmosphere and do so. Similar sealed tubes are used for pneumatic mail delivery in skyscrapers for decades. Just place a mail into a little canister, and in the blink of an eye, it's gone from the basement to the 40th floor. Easy. Pneumatic railways have existed since as early as 1865, when the Duke of Buckingham inaugurated the London Pneumatic Dispatch System. A few decades later, Robert Goddard proposed the first Hyperloop design in 1909, describing a train that would move you from Boston to New York City in just 12 minutes. But the modern push toward the Hyperloop began in 1999, not with Elon Musk, but with a consortium called ET3 Global Alliance, designed with patented technology to build a whole network of tubes, which could be sealed, vacuumed, and used as an operating platform for maglev trains with no need for drivers in the capsules themselves. ET3 registered its designs as open source technology, and it was their work that laid the groundwork for Elon Musk, who first mentioned his own intentions to start working in Hyperloop technology in 2012. A year later, he revealed a design called Hyperloop Alpha, an electric-powered Hyperloop system with pods carrying up to 28 people, which Musk hoped to offer Hyperloop Alpha as an alternative to a proposed high-speed railway in California, which was embattled at the time and has since basically collapsed. Musk too registered his designs as open source models, and it's important that we do give a nod to that sharing of information. After all, the designs would form the basis for a lot of the innovation that's come from other companies. But after the Boring Company, a Musk venture focused on tunneling, built a test track, hosted a few competitions in the late 2010s, well, progress has been a bit underwhelming if we're being generous. Even the most successful test of a Hyperloop-style system featured a pod too small to fit passengers, moving at a bit over 200 miles per hour, a lot slower than a plane, and not so much faster than high-speed rail. Not only that, but critics have brought up a whole litany of concerns with Hyperloop technology. Now, we'll avoid relitigating all of those today. We've actually done a prior video on these criticisms a couple of years ago, so do check that out if you want to learn more. Possibly in response to their attempt being a bit of a dud, the Boring Company redirected their focus towards building expensive underground tunnel routes for regular cars, and though Musk himself has insisted that he plans to keep working on the Hyperloop in the future, there's not much evidence to suggest that's anything more than lip service to the idea. But even in the idea's early days, Musk's drive toward the Hyperloop got other groups around the world interested in getting in on the action. The first that we're going to touch on is a Los Angeles-based company called Launched in 2013, almost immediately after Musk's open source proposals were released to the world, Hyperloop TT has taken a global approach to the concept. In 2016, government of Abu Dhabi to start a feasibility study on connecting Abu Dhabi with another city, Al Ain, and a couple of years later, they'd signed an agreement to connect Abu Dhabi to Dubai, also via Hyperloop. Also in 2018, they began work on a 320-meter-long, 4-diameter test track in the city of Toulouse, France, which has since become the world's first and only functional full-scale Hyperloop test track. Hyperloop T has since begun partnerships with Ohio and Illinois in the United States, hoping to connect Cleveland, Chicago, and Pittsburgh together, and with the port of Hamburg, hoping to work in freight transportation. Hyperloop TT has contributed to a number of major technological advances that bring a Hyperloop system within reach. In 2016, they announced that they'd developed a new material to build its capsules, referred to somewhat satirically as vibranium, a homage to the material used in Captain America's Shield in the Marvel franchise. The real-life vibranium is described as a carbon fiber composite with embedded sensors tracking temperature stability, capsule integrity, and other crucial metrics in real time. Capsules would be coated in 2 layers of the stuff to guard against external damage. The company also adapted maglev technology into what's called a HOLLiWOOD array, and while we'll spare you most of the physics on how this works, suffice to say that it allows a Hyperloop pod to levitate itself using magnets on the outside of the pod that don't need an external power source like current maglev trains. This technology, named Indatrack and supplied by the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, would go a long way in making Hyperloops cheap and easy to maintain, while ensuring that pods would be suspended in the center of a track rather than using a rail. And Hyperloop TT hasn't just advanced the technologies required for a Hyperloop, but also the range of possibilities on how it might be used. In the city of Hamburg, their concept might be used to pick up and transport shipping containers from the city's crowded port to destinations further inland, meaning that those shipping containers and their contents wouldn't have to be driven through the streets of Hamburg. This could cut down on pollution, traffic, and logistical headaches for shipping companies, and it could be useful in just about every port city on Earth. Moreover, it's a type of Hyperloop technology that could be installed without needing to worry about the safety of human passengers, and because it would be installed over a few kilometers, or a few dozen rather than a few hundred, it would be a far easier tube to keep completely depressurized. Of course, Hyperloop is also working on routes that would support human passengers, but even these relatively unsexy options, with their lack of transcontinental crossings, would be a lot simpler to implement than the fanciful concepts that were common in the early Hyperloop days. At present, Hyperloop TT are a long way from building a full, functional commercial Hyperloop, but they're currently working to expand into Canada to begin designs on another, much larger prototype test track. They've entered a merger with a prominent acquisition company. Just recently, they were awarded an €800 million bid to build a prototype in northern Italy. And now let's move on to Hyperloop One, which has been called Virgin Hyperloop as part of Sir Richard Branson's sprawling business empire from 2017 to late 2022. The company was incorporated by an investor named Shervin Pishivar, who had given Elon Musk the initial push to start developing and publishing his Hyperloop designs. Rather than going in with the boring company, though, Pishivar started his own company, operating for a while out of the garage of his co-founder, former SpaceX engineer Brogan Van Brogan. Within a few years, the company was rapidly expanded, and in 2017 it entered into a partnership with the Virgin Group, known for funding, well, basically anything if it sounds cool. Part of what attracted Virgin to the project was that Hyperloop One had already tested its propulsion systems and a levitating pod, 29 feet long, 8 feet wide, 8 feet tall. The pod's motor had been developed and refined from about 500 iterations, and it had already reached 190 miles per hour during early testing, while the tube it was in still had simulated atmospheric pressures found over 200,000 feet above sea level. Successive testing took that pod to even higher speeds, up to 240 miles an hour, and the company also built an airlock that could transition the pod from pressurized to depressurized space in just a few minutes. In 2020, the group had developed its second iteration, dubbed the XP2, and ran tests on the thing 400 times. By November of that year, it was ready to attempt a human trial, one that one of the group's co-founders and one of its directors were confident enough to sign up for personally. The test was a success, hitting a top speed of 107 miles per hour. In January 2021, the group released its design for a 28-seater pod designed to be modified into convoys that could transport thousands of passengers every hour. The project received a lot of interest internationally, in the UAE, Finland, Sweden, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Russia, Britain, India, and Estonia, all of which signed on to various feasibility studies and planning agreements. Perhaps most prominently, they published a proposal for the 300-mile route under the Baltic Sea that would connect the Finnish and Swedish capitals, Helsinki and Stockholm, in a route that would take under 30 minutes to traverse. However, Hyperloop One's current goals aren't the same ones they had a few years ago. In February of 2022, the group abandoned their plans for passenger transport, laying off over 100 staff and announcing that they'd be focusing instead on using Hyperloop technology to move freight. In a dismal show for the company, Virgin pulled its brand name from the company, reversing it from Virgin Hyperloop back to Hyperloop One. The change, according to Virgin, was not a matter of market demand. Although they'd become the first Hyperloop in the world to complete a manned journey, the short-term utility of the technology was in freight. But nevertheless, it's a blow to the idea of passenger travel more generally if a company on the cutting edge has decided to back out. One effort that appears to be going a bit better is a Canadian company known as Transport, which is focusing intently on developing its so-called flux jets. These vehicles, meant to mirror other Hyperloop pods, are built with the express intent of operating at high speeds in a way that Transport has pursued far more directly than other companies. Transport is also planning a Hyperloop project that can run compatible with solar power and other renewable energy sources, helping to further reduce the carbon footprint of a technology that should, in theory, already be environmentally friendly. Transport's flux jets are distinct from the Hyperloop in a critical way. They aren't meant to use compressed air underneath the vehicle like a Hyperloop, but instead they use a moving electromagnetic field. With a capacity for 54 people or freight, a flux jet should be able to operate at over 1,000 kilometers per hour in tubes that are meant to be built side by side for bidirectional travel rather than in a single loop. The company has also built an internal guidance system called Violence Flux, which is supposed to control the vehicle's movement at high speeds and correct small deviations in its trajectory, keeping it away from the walls of the tube using a variety of sensors. Lastly, Transport has built an artificial skylight for their pods, meant to emulate natural sunlight, perhaps a little less groundbreaking, but it's a nice touch. At present, Transport operates a 1/3 scale functional prototype using a test track near the city of Limoges in France, and well, shout out to France for being willing to host so many Hyperloop test tracks. Transport is currently in the process of designing routes going from Toronto to Montreal, then to Waterloo, and going from Chicago to Edmonton, because they hope to start operating routes from Canadian soil relatively soon, as they've since proposed routes for France and Thailand as well. And so, from Canada, let's move on to Switzerland, where the non-profit research organisation EuroTube is full steam ahead on its Hyperloop efforts. Unlike some of the other Hyperloop groups around the world, EuroTube is fully focused on freight transport, at least for now, and it's in the process of opening 2 test tracks in Switzerland, known as DemoTube and AlphaTube. What sets EuroTube apart is its focus on capacity, because if a Hyperloop is going to transport any significant amount of freight, it'll have to account for much higher overall weight and density than with passenger travel. EuroTube is hoping to expand the diameter of Hyperloop tubes so that they can carry entire shipping containers, either 20-foot or 40-foot versions, which, by the way, can carry a payload of over 28 tons in addition to their gross weight of 3.5 tons. This would require the Hyperloop's magnets to be strong enough to support a whole lot more mass than they would in passenger transport. EuroTube is also in the process of developing what it calls telescopic boarding piers, which would allow for them to solve the problem of depressurizing a Hyperloop tunnel for travel after first allowing it to be loaded by human operators. EuroTube's vision is to build a docking apparatus that can attach to its pods, form a seal, and allow direct access to the interior, basically using a sort of double airlock that never requires the outside tunnel to be depressurized. If all goes well, EuroTube will be operating its 3.1-kilometer AlphaTube test site by or before 2026. Once it's built, it will be able to support testing of high-speed vehicles at up to 900 kilometers per hour. This should allow them to run tests at a sustained high cruising speed, something that other Hyperloop organizations haven't yet been able to achieve. Moreover, they'll be able to nail down some of the exact power requirements needed to maintain certain speeds for certain payloads via critical real in the going solid. And so, from Canada, let's move on to Switzerland, where the non-profit research organisation EuroTube is full steam ahead on its Hyperloop. Unlike some of the other Hyperloop around the world, EuroTube is fully focused on freight transport, at least for now, and it's in the process of opening 2 test tracks in Switzerland, known as DemoTube and AlphaTube. What sets EuroTube apart is its focus on capacity. If the Hyperloop is going to transport any significant amount of freight, it will have to account for much higher overall weight and density than with passenger travel. EuroTube is hoping to expand the diameter of Hyperloop tubes so that they can carry entire shipping containers, either 20-foot or 40-foot versions, which, by the way, can carry a payload of over 28 tons in addition to their gross gross weight of 3.5 tons. This would require the Hyperloop's magnets to be strong enough to support a whole lot more mass than they would in passenger transport. Eurotube is also in the process of developing what it calls telescopic boarding piers, which would allow for them to solve the problem of depressurizing a Hyperloop tunnel for travel after first allowing it to be loaded by operators. Eurotube's vision is to build a docking apparatus that can attach to its pods, form a seal, and allow direct access to the interior, basically using a sort of double airlock that never requires the outside tunnel to be depressurized. If all goes well, Eurotube will be operating its 3.1-kilometer Alpha-Tube test site by or before 2026. Once it's built, it will be able to support testing of high-speed vehicles at up to 900 kilometers per hour. This will allow them to run tests at a sustained high cruising speed, something that government organizations haven't yet been able to achieve. Moreover, they'll be able to nail down some of the exact power requirements needed to maintain certain speeds for certain payloads via critical real-world testing that simply hasn't been done yet. Eurotube intends to serve as a resource for other European and global Hyperloop developers too, meaning that once their Alpha-Tube is complete, some of the world's other pioneering Hyperloop designs might be able to do their own advanced testing. And finally, you probably saw it coming, but let's head over to China, where state-funded research on Hyperloop technology is well underway. According to a report that was released in April 2023, the nation is looking into the prospect of building a Hyperloop connection between the cities of Shanghai and Hangzhou in the first of what would almost certainly be a series of such connections. According to the report, China considers Hyperloop technology to be a matter of strategic importance, and in some ways, it's not hard to see why. China releases more CO2 than any other country on Earth, making low carbon footprint technology like Hyperloop look especially interesting. Unlike Eurotube, China appears fully focused on passenger transport via narrowing down criteria for a route based largely on population density between the cities that a line might serve. According to the South China Morning Post, and we should include a warning about credibility here, as the S.i.R is very strongly pro-China, the country has already completed low-speed test runs of the maglev technology required for a Hyperloop, and they've completed a 2-kilometer trial period under the supervision of the Chinese Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, with hopes to extend that test line to 60 kilometers in the coming years. China already operates the world's largest high-speed rail network, suggesting that there's certainly the will to develop similar capacity for Hyperloop technology. According to China, the link between Shanghai and Hangzhou is scheduled to become operational no later than 2035, and while we can't go much further into what technology China intends to use for this link, simply area for a route based largely on population density, building a Hyperworld's other pioneering testing. And finally, you probably saw it coming, but let's head over to China, where state-funded research on Hyperloop technology is well underway. According to a report that was released in April 2023, the nation is looking into the prospect of building a Hyperloop connection between the cities of Shanghai and Hangzhou in the first of what would almost certainly be a series of such connections. According to the report, China considers Hyperloop technology to be a matter of strategic importance, and in some ways, it's not hard to see why. China releases more CO2 than any other country on Earth, making a low-emissions, low-carbon footprint technology like the Hyperloop look especially interesting. Unlike Eurotube, China appears fully focused on passenger transport via Hyperloop, narrowing down criteria for a route based largely on population density between the cities that a line might serve. According to the South China Morning Post, and we should include a warning about credibility here, as the S.i.R is very strongly pro-China, the country has already completed low-speed test runs of the maglev technology required for a Hyperloop, and they've completed a 2-kilometer trial tube under the supervision of the Chinese Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, with hopes to extend that test line to 60 kilometers in the coming years. China already operates the world's largest high-speed rail network, suggesting that there's certainly the will to develop similar capacity for Hyperloop technology. According to China, the link between Shanghai and Hangzhou is scheduled to become operational no later than 2035, and while we can't go much further into what technology China intends to use for this link simply because that information is not available, we can at least guess that China's ability to push massive amounts of state funds towards the project is not gonna hurt things. So look, as we wrap things up today, it's important to remember that all the optimism in the world about the Hyperloop is going to count for nothing if these designs can't be built, tested, and confirmed as real, viable solutions to the world's transport issues. As people who've believed in the Hyperloop early on have learned all too well, this is an emerging technology with a lot of room for growth, one that's more likely to disappoint its supporters than reward them with groundbreaking results. But at the same time, it appears that Hyperloop engineers around the world have learned from the starry-eyed fantasies of the technology's early days and figured out how to manage expectations, chase the tech worth building, and convince world governments to send a not insignificant amount of money their way. It's a maxim oft repeated since the early days of Hyperloop discussions. In their early days, cars were treated with skepticism, and so were trains, and so were planes. None of those technologies worked at first. They each took quite a bit of refining, and they'd never have happened if someone wasn't willing to take a chance on them. And now the Hyperloop has become more than a pipe dream, no pun intended, for a single billionaire known for flights of fancy. It's a concept that many companies around the world would very much like to be the first to bring into reality. And for all our free market capitalists out there, that should read as rather good news. As the Hyperloop continues to evolve, it'll take on new and different forms that bear little resemblance to what Elon Musk proposed back in 2013. And here at Mega Projects, we're especially hopeful about the technology's use in short-distance freight transport, moving road and rail logistical hubs away from the congested cities. And that change alone could make the world's population centers a lot more bearable. And as this technology is shown to be useful in one setting, it'll become a more tempting investment to scale upward into other settings, meaning that if some company, somewhere, can finally get a Hyperloop off the ground, they could really get the ball rolling on a technology that just might have been dismissed too early. In the long arc of history, modern Pakistan is very much a new nation, and for a country whose name was coined as recently as January 1933, it's only fitting that its capital city is even newer. From the moment it was commissioned in 1959, Pakistan's capital city of Islamabad was as bold an endeavor as the nation of Pakistan itself, an effort to create a booming metropolis where none had existed before. One of only a few truly successful planned cities, Islamabad now boasts a metro area population of more than 2 million. And in a country that still struggles with things like literacy, infant mortality, and infrastructure, Islamabad is in many ways a shining cosmopolitan example of what Pakistan hopes to be. But at the same time, the city's stark contrast against the rest of Pakistan is not by accident. From a building process fraught with difficulties and short-sighted design choices to a finished product that has created a gilded age for Pakistan's elite and pushed its urban poor into slums, the creation of Islamabad is as much a cautionary tale as it is a legitimate achievement of planned city architecture. So in today's installment of Mega Projects, we're going to explore both sides of Islamabad, from conception to completion to the state of affairs today. So, when Pakistan gained its independence in 1947, the government established its seat of power in the port city of Karachi, which was, at the time, midway through a process of rapid expansion. The partition of India, also in 1947, had split the formerly unified British Raj into the predominantly Hindu state of India and the predominantly Muslim state of Pakistan. But, as we've actually covered on our sister Shadows, that partition was brutally painful for both sides. Suffice to say that partition was accompanied by tremendous loss of life in both India and Pakistan, and it forced millions upon millions of people to migrate across the region. Many of those migrants ended up in Karachi, and as the city's population swelled faster than urban planners could handle, it began to look less and less like a proper capital and more like what it actually was at the time, a hasty, provisional solution that had little hope of ever being suitable for the job. Karachi spent its time as a capital overwhelmed with refugees, many of whom lived in poverty and squalor, and the city's location on the Indian Ocean brought up legitimate concerns from the Pakistani government around whether it could actually be defended in a time of war. Although the city experienced an economic surge in the 1960s, followed by a construction boom in the 70s, these advances were only relative to what Karachi had been when it was in the height of crisis, and the beleaguered city had a very long way to go before it could be anywhere near capable of holding its own as a proper capital. It was in the face of these difficulties that, in 1958, Pakistan formed a commission to identify a site for a permanent capital city. At the time, there were no cities in the country that would have been anywhere near capable of handling the people or industry that a capital city brings, and none that could provide suitable infrastructure to support new and often wealthy communities. Whatever capital Pakistan did get would have to be built from the ground up. Before long, Pakistani authorities settled on an area just outside the city of Rawalpindi, where local road networks were well developed enough to get building material to the new capital, and labourers could be housed without having to build the required facilities from the ground up. Rawalpindi was located in the Himalayan foothills, close to an area that was, at the time, expected to host a so-called Trans-Asian Highway, which has since evolved into the Asian Highway Network. And finally, it addressed the strategic concerns of the Pakistani military, where the altitude, terrain, and absence of sea made the location a far more defensible place if war with India or another regional power broke out. The new capital city would be built while leaning on the urban and natural assets of Rawalpindi, and the capital, named Islamabad or the City of Islam, would become an indispensable part of the vision for Pakistan's future. Now, let me take a moment to tell you about our fantastic sponsor today, making this video possible and also making your website possible, because yes, today's sponsor is Squarespace, the all-in-one website platform for unleashing your creativity online. I've used Squarespace. My personal website's on Squarespace. I made it in an afternoon. You go onto the site, there's a load of beautiful templates, and you pick one, you're like, yeah, that looks good for me. You take it into their custom drag and drop editor. It's called Fluid Engine now. When I actually made my website, it was called something different, but now there's Fluid Engine. It's even better, it's even easier than what was already easy. You go in, you drag stuff around, then you're like, okay, that beautiful picture of a hill, let's replace that with my face. That beautiful picture of a lake, let's replace that with the logo of one of my channels, and boom, it's really done just like that. It's super easy and it looks good. It's super fast. You don't have to worry about anything. Plus, they've got like email campaigns. I used to pay a fortune to an unnamed company for like emailing. People would leave their email addresses, and I used to, but I don't bother. I'd like send people emails. It used to cost a fortune. You can now just do it with Squarespace. It's included. Why not? So look, if you're ready to supercharge your online presence, I mean, maybe you want to set up a shop. I don't know. I'm just talking about me personally. You could do whatever you want on Squarespace. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch your masterpiece of a website, go to squarespace.com/megaprojects and you'll get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. Squarespace.com/megaprojects, code megaprojects. And now back to today's video. The early plan for Islamabad relied on the concept of dynamopolis, that is, a dynamic metropolis. As the city's urban planner, a Greek architect named S.i.R saw it, Islamabad would form the centerpiece to a broader metropolitan area, which would fuse the city not just with Rawalpindi, but areas that would be designated as a national park. S.i.R was a believer in looking at cities as an interaction between physical structures like roads and buildings and the humans that lived and worked inside them, as well as a third factor, the broader society that those people lived in, and a fourth, the natural environment provided by the landscape. In a practical sense, that meant that the first settlements at Islamabad would be placed at a T-junction with Rawalpindi and the local national parks, with the long highway stretching into the distance where Islamabad would eventually be built. But it wouldn't be built until there were enough people to fill a new development, and then another, and then another. In hindsight, this staggered building approach has been one of Islamabad's major advantages, with new developments moving, as needed, in a single direction northeastward instead of just sprawling out at random. The city was planned block by block in a rigid gridiron pattern with certain zones allotted for residential, education, commercial, and governmental functions. From the very start of development, this started to raise eyebrows. After all, such tightly defined zones tend to work well in theory and actually fail to serve their residents in practice. But the zones began to seem even more sketchy when it was revealed that they would be explicitly stratified on the basis of income, with communities that were directly intended even before they were built to keep people of similar wealth together. Not only that, but those communities would all be organized around central shopping districts, which make good sense to keep traffic out of neighborhoods, but had the potential to make auto travel in those shopping districts, which, by the way, is exactly what they were designed for, into a roiling mess of traffic. And the further one looked into Islamabad's master plan, the more it seems as if S.i.R and company had a crystal clear vision for what they expected Islamabad to be, and very little in the way of a backup plan if literally anything less than that ideal vision ended up becoming reality. By example, the city was built on a strict hierarchy of road widths. 1,200-foot wide roads fed outward to 600-foot wide roads, and then to 300-foot wide roads, with no real consideration given to what would happen if the city didn't motorize enough to fill those massive roads, or if that arrangement of roads could become impractical once the city started to grow and change with its population. The city plan also ignored some elements of the natural landscape, using flat roads rather than curved ones, despite the likelihood of heavy rainfall and erosion, and prescribing that large parts of the landscape just be leveled and flattened instead of just building with the rise and fall of the land. In 1960, Pakistan's Capital Development Authority was established to oversee the construction process, with near total discretion in the decisions required to actually build the city. The CDA was made up almost entirely of foreign architects and planners, and only 3 major planners on the project were Pakistani, although the project was under direction from Pakistan's own political appointees. Perhaps this too should have been a bit of a warning sign that Pakistan lacked the personnel to truly bring Islamabad in line with its architectural vision. But nonetheless, construction got underway that same year, just a little over a decade after Pakistan had become a nation at all. So when it came time to break ground in Islamabad, Pakistan's labour landscape was in dire need of jobs, so rather than rely on foreign contractors and heavy machinery to do the hard work of building a capital, the city was instead built using vast numbers of labourers armed with relatively simple tools. In fact, large-scale construction machinery was actually banned from the process in an effort to get as many builders out to Islamabad as possible, and although this significantly slowed the city's pace of construction, it did provide a valuable lifeline to many Pakistani families who might otherwise have gone without work. But Almost as soon as construction began, it became clear that the architect's master plan would be very difficult to implement in practice. The board in charge of Islamabad's development had no say over the city of Rawalpindi, where a separate mess of bureaucratic urban planning boards had their own discretion over what development happened and when. As a result, Rawalpindi, which had been so integral for the plan of Islamabad, was removed from the development process almost immediately. Instead, Rawalpindi moved into a support role for the project, housing workers and accommodating the first bits of government that moved in. Unfortunately, Rawalpindi received very few resources compared to Islamabad, so even if the city's bureaucrats did want to modernize alongside Islamabad, they just didn't have the means to do so. As a result, Islamabad's master plan fractured quickly, although it wouldn't actually be abandoned until the late 1970s. Instead, the developers went ahead with the plan strictly for Islamabad proper. The city was envisioned as a low-lying, spread-out metropolis taking full advantage of the available space instead of building upward, and rather than erecting skyscrapers or elaborate monuments, most work in the residential areas consisted of leveling lots, building single-story homes, and trying to make those homes into neighborhoods. Similarly, its commercial zones were filled with the sort of relatively standard office buildings and shopping malls that builders around the world, and in Pakistan, were more than able to handle at the time. The real architectural challenge was the city's political and administrative zones. Pakistan's presidential palace, by example, was built in a cosmopolitan step pyramid style with elaborate nearby fountains, a zoo, and stables for 100 horses on the premises. The Parliament House took all of 11 years to build across almost 600,000 square feet, and the Secretariat building, the cabinet's headquarters, is a sprawling, elaborate complex that was pieced together by a long list of architects, each responsible for individual subsections of the building. Most impressive of all is the Faisal Mosque, the national mosque of Pakistan and the fifth largest in the entire world, comprising an 8-sided shell meant to resemble a Bedouin tent and 4 minarets, each over 250 feet tall. Like the rest of the city, these detailed massive structures were built without heavy machinery by the tools and labor of construction workers from all across Pakistan. During the construction process, international onlookers had reason to be skeptical on whether or not Islamabad would ever be a success. After all, Pakistan at the time was not a wealthy place, and the recent example of Brasilia, a capital city that Brazil had also made from the ground up just a few years earlier, showed just how much of a drain a planned capital could be on a country's limited resources. But in Pakistan specifically, there was reason to grit one's teeth and advocate pushing forward with the project anyway. The alternative was trying to get Karachi into shape to be a capital, and that simply was just not going to happen. Construction pressed on through the mid-1960s until finally the city's essential works were declared complete in 1966. From there, Islamabad continued to develop its residential and commercial areas as more and more elements of government made themselves comfortable in Pakistan's new seat of power. In 1981, Islamabad was designated a special territory independent of the surrounding Punjab province, and although it was kept administratively distinct from nearby Rawalpindi, the two cities spent decades intermingling and becoming more reliant upon each other until today's Islamabad, very much including Rawalpindi, could finally take shape. The modern city of Islamabad is among the most modern cosmopolitan cities in all of South Asia and has quickly grown into a governmental and diplomatic powerhouse not just in Pakistan, but on the world stage. As Pakistan has continued to grow in its economic power, Islamabad has been a direct beneficiary, and business centers like the Centaurus complex and the Blue Area district have risen up out of the ground as a result. The city is Pakistan's largest educational hub, boasting several universities, and its population of expatriates has only grown with time. Rather than a concrete jungle like New York or Hong Kong, Islamabad has remained lush and green, surrounded by incredible, well-preserved forests and national parks, all coming together to make Islamabad one of the most visually stunning capital cities in the world. But with all the intense and often prescriptive work that went into planning out the lay of the city, it should perhaps be unsurprising that, in practice, Islamabad is something of a stale place to be in. Its layout, designed on a utopian ideal of what a city of the future might be, ends up somewhat cold and sterile in many places. Go into Islamabad with a checklist of things that a city should have, and you could probably check off the entire list, but the variety, the community, and the powerful energy of a thriving city, they're all missing at its center. And word gets around. While there's not an explicit shortage of people willing to live in Islamabad, it's not exactly a place that makes young, aspiring Pakistanis light up when they speak of the possibility of making it. At least, unless they want a career in politics, that is. And now we should be clear, people absolutely do move to Islamabad chasing opportunity, but these decisions are more due to the simple fact that Islamabad is one of the few major urban centres that Pakistan can offer at all. Islamabad's combination of quick economic growth and the fact that a majority of its residential zones were built with middle-class or wealthy individuals in mind have led to perhaps Islamabad's worst problem in the modern day. A housing crisis in which many of the labourers, service workers and domestic personnel who are responsible for making Islamabad run smoothly can't afford housing in the same city where they work. And without readily available housing options, those people have had to create their own places to live in rapidly expanding slums and shanty towns that now comprise about 10% of the city's land. Here, working Pakistanis mix with refugees from Afghanistan and elsewhere, and religious minorities are significantly overrepresented compared to their status elsewhere in Pakistani society. Clean water's hard to come by, sanitation services are woefully under-equipped to handle the number of people living there, and with Pakistan's very low daily wages for unskilled workers, it's difficult for most slum residents to ever work their way out towards something better. In many ways, Islamabad has thus divided into two cities, one in which political and business elites are welcome to indulge in the pleasures of a modern metropolis, and one in which the people responsible for that metropolis struggle to keep up. Islamabad has expanded outward in recent years, leapfrogging into new settlements and developments for the wealthy, and each time a new neighbourhood ends up with a new slum nearby, filling its own part of the city's urban sprawl. The city's population steadily grown to the point that its metro area today boasts some 2 million residents, over half of whom have arrived in the 21st century. But for every one person who comes to Islamabad to enjoy the high life, so does another who's likely to spend years or even decades scraping by. In many ways, this reflects life across Pakistan, where just 20% of the national population commands nearly half of its income. But like in many nations, Pakistan's capital city is a caricature of the problems being faced elsewhere. They're just bigger in Islamabad, and they're harder to ignore. This was a problem that the city's architect, C.A. Doxiadis, had tried to express before Islamabad was even built. In his own words, a capital city exercises great influence on the entire country. Thus, its inhabitants should not belong only to one social group, economic, political, ethnic, etc., but should belong to as many groups as possible. Certainly, Doxiadis and the team behind Islamabad's master plan had not intended to fill their city with shantytowns, even if lower-class areas were explicitly segregated in the initial plan. But as Islamabad was built, the city's decision to abandon its master plan has led to the sort of haphazard urban sprawl where these avoidable problems only grow larger each year. In the face of this major issue, Islamabad has attempted to make itself better, but urban economic development has been badly underpowered in recent years, with not enough money travelling into the right areas to make it a truly livable city. As the city has covered more and more territory, the surrounding forest has been lucky enough to survive, but rising temperatures and dryness in the region have prompted early signs of a pending ecological collapse at the same time that Islamabad's population has continued to swell. Because as much as both cities have intertwined, their decades-long history apart has led Rawalpindi to shouldering the burden of Islamabad's wealth inequality. When it comes to Islamabad's future, the unfortunate reality is that the city and its people can just expect more of the same. The city's public works and infrastructure are crumbling from a lack of maintenance, and the few efforts the city has made to mitigate those problems simply aren't enough. The city only just got a bus system in 2015 with no rail or other public intracity transport to speak of, except for a mess of taxicabs and ride shares. Because the city was never built to be population dense, its developments continue to consume more and more land, increasing the city's surface area in a sprawl of single-family homes, but not fostering any of the dedicated centres that a city needs to thrive. In fact, the city has struggled to even regulate its own developments, with many of them being built illegally or without public approval, and Islamabad's near-complete dependency on cars has begun to make the city's major roads impassable. All things considered, we still must give credit to Islamabad for doing that one great, difficult thing that so many planned cities fail to do. To put it simply, that's that it exists. People live here. It serves an important function and has forever avoided the list of misguided planned city attempts that were dead on arrival. But as impressive a feat as Pakistan accomplished by building Islamabad, it's been chronically unable to follow through on delivering the city that Islamabad might have been. On its current course, Islamabad is headed down the long and painful road to urban decay, and unless something radical changes, that's precisely where the city will eventually end up. Look up into the sky on even a not-so-dark night, and there's a good chance you'll see it. Mars, the red planet. Not so long ago, this remote world was thought to be teeming with life. The late 19th century saw a craze for spotting canals on the distant surface. In the 1920s, it was thought radio transmissions by intelligent beings might be emanating from it. As recently as the mid-20th century, some scientists still held out hope that lichen might cling to Martian rocks, a sign that life on Earth is not alone. Sadly, that hope has long since died. Today we know Mars is a sterile, desiccated world, a desert planet that once hosted rivers and oceans, but has now been barren for billions of years. But what if we could change that? What if we humans could reverse the process, resurrecting Mars like some planet-sized Lazarus? Right now, some very clever people believe this sci-fi dream is possible. Guys like Elon Musk or Jim Green, the former director of NASA's Planetary Science Division. Guys who believe terraforming Mars is not just a hypothetical possibility, but something our great-grandkids might actually live to witness. In today's episode, we're taking a quick look at the recent science and research into terraforming Mars and trying to figure out if this is really a possibility or just the ultimate pipe dream. If aliens had arrived in our solar system about 4 billion years ago, they'd have no doubt been sure which planet would be considered best for supporting life. Mars at this time was a water world, one on which great seas were fed by surging rivers, one in which waterfalls cascaded over rocks, warm rivers lapped at rugged shores, and maybe, just maybe, simple life had managed to evolve. In this era, the Martian atmosphere wasn't a thin, wispy thing, but it was thick enough to hold in heat. The core still generated a magnetic field, protecting the young world from radiation. From the perspective of our visiting aliens, it would have looked like the most promising place in the solar system, a huge step above the magma-spewing dumpster fire that we call Earth. Sadly, though, this temperate Mars would turn out to be a mere blip in the planet's evolution. Like home buyers who snap up property only to discover it's built across a fault line filled with termites, our fictional aliens would quickly discover Planet 4 is far from paradise. Around 3 billion years ago, Mars's magnetic field disappeared. What followed was a slow, unstoppable death. Its shield gone, the planet's atmosphere was slowly stripped away by the solar wind until what remained was too thin to sustain surface water. By the time the first humans evolved on Earth, Mars was a long-dead world, a place inimical to life as we know it. All of which will present something of a challenge if we attempt to colonize it. While we've established outposts in hostile environments here on Earth, like Antarctica for example, we've rarely done so in a place where the air itself is constantly trying to kill us. But that's what the Martian atmosphere will absolutely try to do. A stunning 96% of it is carbon dioxide, with the rest mostly made up of argon and nitrogen. Now, this is a challenge, as an atmosphere made up of only 10% CO2 is enough to cause humans to suffocate. But this pales next to the issue of atmospheric pressure. At just 0.6% the thickness of our atmosphere, Mars falls into the uncomfortable region where your blood will literally boil in your veins if you step outside without a spacesuit. Not that you'd want to do so, though, given how cold it is. While a summer's day on the equator can see the thermometer rise to a respectable 20 degrees Celsius, the average temperature is a bone-chilling minus 63 Celsius. Now, for those of you who prefer Patriot units, that's the equivalent of minus 81.4 Fahrenheit. And that's just the average temperatures. In the depths of the Martian winter, things can get so cold that even Canada would be afraid to go outside, like minus 140 Celsius cold. And then there's the radiation. With the magnetic field gone, the Martian surface gets bombarded by radiation. Lands there, and you'd get an average daily dose of something like 0.67 millisieverts. Doesn't sound like very much, right? Well, I hate to break it to you, that's about 20% of your average yearly dose here on Earth in a single day. Imagine how that would build up over the course of a year-long mission to Mars. And now imagine how it would build up over the lifetime of a colonist who was permanently living there. Evidently, the red planet is no more built for humankind than Arby's is built for hot cuisine. That may be why NASA ended a 2018 study on the feasibility of making Mars habitable with the pointed phrase, "Terraforming Mars cannot be done with currently available technology. Any such efforts have to be very far into the future." So I guess that's the end of the video then, right? Thank you so much for watching. Smash that like, no, we're not going to end here. You know that. You can see how long the video is. Because even if terraforming is just a far-off dream, there are still people working feverishly on tech that could one day make that dream come true. People who wholeheartedly believe we can, eventually, make Mars great again. With a project as big as terraforming an entire planet, there are many, many steps that you need to take in order to get it anywhere near remotely habitable. That means there are also many, many ways that you can structure a video about it, from a gradual, step-by-step overview to just jumping ahead to the part where Elon Musk sets off nuclear bombs all over the poles. What we've decided to do, though, is start small and gradually build up to the big stuff. Hence why this chapter will be about something that sounds as a little more than an afterthought, but in reality is essential to making Mars a livable world. And that essential something is improving soil quality. If we want to create a self-sustaining colony on Mars, then that colony needs to be able to grow its own food. If our goal is to turn the entire planet into a habitable world, then crops and vegetation need to be able to grow almost everywhere. Right now, that's impossible, not just due to the conditions outside. Even inside a sealed Mars base, growing crops would be a nightmare thanks to the regolith. Basically, a fancy-ass way of saying soil, a regolith is the stuff that covers Mars's surface, the stuff we'd need to grow our crops in. The issue is that Martian regolith absolutely sucks for growing. It's hard and clay-like and contains almost none of the nutrients that Earth plants require. What it does contain is a whole lot of percolates, which just happen to be toxic to humans. On top of that, any Martian water used to keep plants alive will be extremely briny, and there are very few delicious vegetables that thrive when doused with salty water. In a small Mars base, NASA will probably be able to get around these issues by using hydroponics, in which plants are grown with their roots suspended in the air. But to scale up to a full colony, we will need to improve the soil, desalinate the water, and somehow get rid of the percolate. Luckily, scientists are already on the case, though. One recent method came from a team at Iowa State University, headed by undergraduate researcher Pooja Kasi-Viswanathan. In a 2022 paper, the group outlined how a combination of cyanobacteria and circular farming could be used to gradually increase soil quality across the planet. One of the cool things about cyanobacteria is that they can be used to desalinate water, swapping out salt ions to make Martian H2O palatable for plants. Using water treated this way, the team found that they could grow alfalfa in simulated Martian regolith. This is great news because alfalfa is crammed full of nutrients, but the team doesn't intend for future colonists to eat it. Instead, the alfalfa will be turned into compost and mixed back into the regolith. New plants will then be able to grow on top, creating a loop where every round of composting infuses the regolith with more nutrients that are needed to grow and sustain tastier and more delicate fruits, seeds, and vegetables. Do this enough and you'll eventually have soil that can grow much of what we grow here on Earth. Nor are the University of Iowa team the only ones thinking along these lines. Also in 2022, the Laboratory of Applied Space Microbiology at the University of Bremen, Germany, released a paper advocating the use of cyanobacteria as feedstock to grow duckweed, another fast-growing, nutrient-packed plant that could be composted into the regolith. In short, it seems that if we want to improve the quality of Martian soil, we'll need to first use circular farming to make it suitable for more crops. But what about all of that poisonous percolate? Well, the good news is that it's water-soluble, meaning it could likely be removed in the same process that extracts and treats the briny Martian water. If not, we could potentially introduce anaerobic microbes known to feed on it, letting them run rampant until enough has been devoured. Of course, all this is still just a first step, a very labor-intensive one, but far from the biggest part of terraforming. No, that would be the urgent need to return Mars's atmosphere. From the moment the magnetic field vanished, Mars was doomed. The death that followed was not a quick process. It was the result of charged particles of solar wind gradually stripping away the atmosphere until Mars was left with the thin one that it has today. That atmosphere is still being stripped away, although it seems to have reached an equilibrium. Processes on Mars create things like carbon dioxide and methane in large enough quantities to maintain the current status quo. But that also raises an intriguing possibility. If you could somehow reactivate Mars's magnetosphere, the atmosphere would start to thicken again. It would be a slow process, but sure enough, the pressure would eventually increase. And that would likewise raise the temperature until both pressure and temperature reached the human habitable zone. Of course, restarting planetary magnetic fields is something way, way, way beyond our current capabilities. So much so that we'd probably stand a better chance of just trying to summon Q from Star Trek and asking him to do it for us. But what if we didn't need to do something so drastic? What if there was a way to give Mars the benefit of a magnetic field without actually having to mess around with, a planet's core? James Green thinks such a method might exist. The former director of NASA's Planetary Science Division, prior to his retirement in 2022, Green put forward a proposal in 2017 for doing just that. His solution? To hide Mars behind a giant magnetic shield. 1,084,569 kilometers from Mars lies the planet's L1 point with the Sun, the point at which the gravity of the two bodies is basically equal. Green's idea is to park a large dipole there, what the Many Worlds blog helpfully describes as, quote, a closed electric circuit powerful enough to generate an artificial magnetic field. If this dipole is capable of producing a magnetic field at the strength of 1 or 2 Tesla, and to be clear, this is still futuristic tech, then Mars should be permanently protected behind it. Picture the way a huge parasol works, casting a shadow below it to shield you from the sun. In an incredibly simplified way, this is what Green's magnetic shield would do. Mars would remain in its shadow, protected from the ravages of the solar wind, just as a sunbather can be protected from sunburn. This means the atmosphere would no longer get stripped away on a constant basis, and that means it would be able to start thickening again through natural processes. Eventually, the pressure increase would lead to heat increase. Green envisages it one day causing a 4 Celsius temperature spike across the red planet. At which point, things will get pretty interesting. A 4 Celsius hike is enough to melt the frozen CO2 over Mars's northern polar cap. The release of so much greenhouse gas would warm the planet up even faster, hopefully enough to start melting the ice water at both poles. Since the ice at the poles is thought to contain enough water to cover the whole of Mars, this could lead to some pretty seismic changes, a return of the ancient oceans that once covered our cosmic sibling. But even if things don't go that far, Green's magnetic shield would still be extremely useful. The Armstrong limit is a terrifying invisible ceiling above our planet where pressure drops to 60 millibars. At that point, the pressure is so low that water can boil at the temperatures found in the human body. Cross that limit without a protective pressurized suit and your blood will literally boil in your veins. The pressure on Mars' surface is currently a tenth of the Armstrong limit, meaning a yucky death for anyone who goes outside without a spacesuit. Install Green's shield, though, and the pressure would eventually increase until it crossed the Armstrong limit. Now, extreme sub-zero temperatures and heck tons of CO2 would mean that you still couldn't stand on the Martian surface without specialized equipment, but the stuff you needed to wear would be far simpler and far more flexible. Heck, during Martian summer, you'd really only need breathing equipment. And that added flexibility and ease of movement would make doing everything on Mars a lot safer and a lot faster. It's like the difference between repairing a broken window on the ISS and on an Antarctic base. Both are serious breaches, but one is a quickly fixed annoyance, while the other is a giant operation that could end in everyone's death. Reduce the need for protective gear, and humans could quickly move to doing more outdoor activities on Mars, maybe even beginning agriculture. And hey, if the atmosphere doesn't warm up fast enough at that, there are other ways to boost the temperature too. Ways that involve some of the craziest terraforming that you've ever heard of. If you have a passing interest in the terraforming of Mars, you've doubtless encountered the clip of Elon Musk's plan. In it, Musk suggests quite calmly that the secret to terraforming Mars might be to detonate nuclear bombs over its polar ice caps. The resulting flash of heat would turn the carbon dioxide ice into gas, raising the overall temperature enough to start melting the trapped water ice. Basically, it's the flashy version of James Green's plan. It has the same end goal, but changes the delivery method from hard sci-fi to maniacal supervillain. Still, it's not clear there's enough CO2 locked up in the poles to make this a workable solution, though. Experts think it might only be enough to double the pressure, which would still leave the Martian atmosphere far too thin to support surface liquid for any significant length of time. No, if we want to make Mars sustainably wet and warmish, we'll need to find additional sources of greenhouse gases to utilize. One of these could be the other carbon dioxide deposits locked away in the red planet. On the surface of Mars alone, we know there are enough carbon dioxide sources to theoretically raise atmospheric pressure from 0.6% of Earth to around 14%. The good news is that would boost planetary temperatures by about 10 degrees Celsius. The bad news is that strip mining the entire planet is clearly beyond our abilities, especially for such a paltry return. This is why NASA is showing some interest in possible deep deposits of carbon-bearing minerals that could be mined in a more traditional way. While it's unknown the extent of these deposits, it could be that there's enough CO2 locked away to boost pressure to sustainable levels. If not, then we could always try mining methane. We know from data sent by various probes and rovers that Mars experiences spikes of methane in the atmosphere, presumably from some sort of natural process. Find a way to harvest or utilize this, and we might be able to create a greenhouse effect much more efficiently than we ever could with CO2. And yeah, we know. This is all incredibly speculative, almost on par with assuming we'll find greenhouse gas generating wizards hiding in Martian caves. And it comes with its own set of problems. While CO2 and methane might thicken the atmosphere and warm the planet, they will also do so in a way that leaves behind air that is supremely toxic to humans. Thankfully, this isn't the last potential step that humankind could take. There are also ways we could work to make this thick new atmosphere breathable. Back when Mars was still a water world, our Earth was a nightmare hellscape, one with an atmosphere stuffed full of carbon dioxide, methane, ammonia, and other stuff you really wouldn't want to breathe in. Yet over the course of millions of years, it slowly changed, eventually becoming the sort of atmosphere in which complex life forms could evolve. And it's all thanks to cyanobacteria. Supremely ancient creatures, cyanobacteria may have arisen as far back as the Archean era. For our purposes today, though, what's cool about them is they went on to start converting a whole load of CO2 in Earth's early atmosphere into oxygen. This didn't just help create the gas we'd later need to breathe, it also resulted in the arrival of ozone, which today protects us from harmful solar radiation. The best part is that it's thought some of these cyanobacteria could possibly survive on Mars. Species such as Chorochoridiopsis thermalis, which requires only very low levels of light to survive, a big deal since sunlight is far weaker on the red planet. Release enough of these little guys at the same time as undertaking other methods for producing a greenhouse effect, and they'd naturally begin modifying the atmosphere, taking a bite of carbon dioxide here, emitting a bit of oxygen there. Eventually, they'd be capable of turning Mars's toxic air into something breathable to humans. Even then, the red planet still wouldn't be anyone's dream holiday destination. With a lower gravity than our world, Mars can maintain an atmosphere of about 0.38 bar, similar to what you'd get high up in the Andes here on Earth. In other words, a thin, chilly atmosphere that would be uncomfortable even if you were capable of breathing it. Nonetheless, even getting to this stage would represent one of the most supreme achievements in all of human history. For all it may seem impossible, the idea that we might one day terraform Mars is not just a mad dream. It's definitely not something we could do now. There's no doubt about that. But it also might not be something that can only be achieved in another 2,000 years. James Green's magnetic shield, for example, is something he envisages being able to do by the mid-21st century. Other stuff we've covered, like the circular farming or cyanobacteria, that's possible today. Heck, even the large-scale methane mines might not be more than 100 to 150 years out. Far too late for us to witness them, but potentially something our grandchildren could live to see. In short, a temperate Mars with oceans may well lie in the future of our solar system. A future still a long way off, but perhaps closer in time to us now than many would believe. It's a shame that we'll miss it, but as we close this out, it's with a plea to any future historians looking back on this video from their Martian colony, hoping to understand how folks in the early 21st century thought about the red planet. A plea for these future chroniclers of days not yet past to think of us next time they look up at the Martian skies, to remember, if only for a moment, all the humanity that came before. A humanity that only wishes it could be stood alongside them on the great terraformed world of Mars. It's the stuff of every nerdy kid's dreams. The idea that one day we're going to have colonies operating on the surface of Mars. Colonies where humans will live, work, and play under the light of an alien sky. Where we'll push the boundaries of both science and what it means to be a truly interplanetary species. The good news for those nerdy kids is that this future isn't probably that far off. NASA plans to launch its own crewed missions to the Red Planet sometime next decade. Elon Musk has still deserted to fly thousands of colonists out there. China too wants to build its own Mars base. In short, an interplanetary future is really closer than ever. And that does raise an interesting question. One that on its surface seems simple, but really deep down contains more complexities than the MCU contains multiverses. And that question is this: how the heck do you even build a Mars base anyway? Turns out, it's pretty hard to answer. Because of the prohibitive cost of flying stuff from Earth, any potential Martian colony will need to be built using materials and techniques that are extremely unconventional. And, of course, these unconventional materials and techniques are exactly what we're going to explore in today's episode, so let's go! If all goes well, by which we mean if the Earth doesn't first vanish in a sea of nuclear fire, the 2030s should witness an extremely exciting milestone. For the first time ever, a crewed mission should blast off, heading not for the ISS or even the moon, but for a whole other planet. And make no mistake, the arrival of the first humans on Mars will be a technical achievement so vast it'll eclipse everything NASA has done since 1969. The name of whoever first steps out of that capsule will be immortalized alongside the names like Yuri Gagarin and Neil Armstrong. Hello everybody, let me interrupt today's video to tell you about our fantastic sponsor, and that would be Sheath Underwear. Look, if you're tired of boxers that are too loose or briefs that are too tight, yes I am, then Sheath is the answer you've been waiting for. I'm wearing a pair of Sheath right now. I have a clean, unworn pair of Sheath underwear in my hands because you probably prefer that. Look, seriously guys, Sheath underwear is a game changer. Your prized possessions, if you know what I mean, stay nice and comfy in their own cozy abode. You've got to get yourself a pair of these. You'll buy one and then the next thing you know, all of your underwear will be this, like happened to me. The other ones all got thrown away. They are the epitome of comfort. They've got a stretchy fabric, it's moisture wicking, and it keeps just everything cool, dry, and incredibly comfortable. It's a hot summer day, maybe you're working out or just wandering around and, you know, it gets sweaty down there, it gets uncomfortable. But with Sheath, everything is tucked away, if you know what I mean, in its own little pocket, and it's all very comfortable. It's got these dual pouches which keep everything separate and just less sticky. But I mean, if dual pouches aren't your thing, just wear them like regular underwear. Sheath have got you covered either way. They now offer brand new materials like bamboo and mesh for even more cooling comforts, like wearing air-conditioned undies. It's brilliant. So head on over to sheathunderwear.com to get your hands on the most comfortable underwear you'll ever wear. And here's a little treat. Use the promo code MEGA for a fantastic 20% off your order. So what are you waiting for? Visit sheathunderwear.com right now and remember to use the code MEGA for a fabulous 20% off your order. You won't regret it, and thank you to Sheath. And now back to today's video. Unlike Gagarin or Armstrong though, the first Martian will be in it for the long haul. While the first crewed spaceflight lasted less than 90 minutes and the first moon landing less than 24 hours, the first human visit to Mars will last something in the region of an entire year. This is because Mars and Earth don't have fixed orbits in regard to one another. Instead, the siblings each spin through space on their solo journeys, sometimes close to one another, sometimes right on the other side of the sun. This means the bare minimum amount that you could spend on Mars is about a year. The rest of the time, the two planets are just too out of step for an easy return journey. All of which means the first Martians are going to need more than just their lander to live and work in. They're going to need habitats, structures that will give them space to not just do cool science, but also sleep, eat, exercise, unwind, grow food, get some quality time alone, and store all of the equipment that they're going to need to keep themselves alive in this frozen and hostile desert. And it's a problem that only multiplies when you start planning for a permanent outpost. Officially, both the US and China want to build research stations on the Red Planet that can function for decades. Several hundred levels of ambition higher, SpaceX is hoping for a self-sustaining human colony, one that'll need to be home to tens of thousands of people. Now, such a plan isn't necessarily quite as loco as it sounds. We already build research stations in brutally inhospitable environments like Antarctica, and plans are well underway for NASA to establish a permanent moon base in the near future. Mars, though, is just a whole different ballgame. Like, if building stations in Antarctica is baseball, then building them on Mars is like some sort of dystopian version of baseball played with live hand grenades on a pitch made out of acid. The major problem is the sheer dizzying expense of getting stuff off of Earth. Putting a single kilogram into orbit can cost thousands of dollars. Start adding up everything the permanent inhabitants of a Mars base will need, and it soon becomes clear that the costs of sending it all from Earth would be, well, literally astronomical. The second great problem is how to assemble all of that stuff when you get there. Mars is quite unpleasant. The air is thin, the radiation is high, and the temperatures are low. Also, giant planet-wide sandstorms periodically just kick up, wrapping the red planet in an impenetrable shroud. In other words, it's a prime environment in which to lose materials, habitats, and even astronauts. That means you either need to take stuff that could be easily assembled and repaired, or have a ready-built base waiting for you when you get there. Exactly how these things can be achieved are something we're going to spend the back half of this video exploring, but first, we need to try and get ourselves in the mind frame of what exactly a Mars base should look like. Because if we get this step wrong, it could mess up our Mars plans for decades to come. Since humanity is still lacking the moon bases old sci-fi films promised us, it's disappointing, we know, there are very few analogies for what a Martian outpost might look like. That may be why so many scientists, engineers, and architects turn to Antarctica for inspiration. There, amid the great white nothingness, some 21 nations have managed to set up over 40 year-round bases with dozens more operating summer-only stations. And by the way, found out that total includes the Czech Republic, where I live, so yes, that's nice, well done. Anyway, of these stations, the biggest and best known is probably McMurdo. Run by the United States, McMurdo can support up to 1,200 residents. For our purposes today, though, it also acts as a good model for a future base on Mars, mainly because it shows how not to do it. Unlike some of these sleek German stations, McMurdo was built without a central plan. Bits were added when needed, sort of haphazardly. The result is a mess of around 100 buildings in which nothing is really where it should be. Stuff is way too spread out, and living spaces can charitably be described as cramped and really gloomy. But what sucks for Antarctic researchers is a potential boon for future Martians. By studying what doesn't work in one extreme environment, NASA can plan for a better living experience in another. That might include something as simple as adding lots of windows. While McMurdo isn't cut off from the outside world, it is dingy and lightless in parts. Redesigns commissioned in the mid-2010s all tend to be focused on sweeping walls of glass, giving occupants a better connection with the outside world. Obviously, installing windows on a Martian base is a whole other level of challenge, but the mental health benefits that it could bring to astronauts might make it worth the effort, especially if they're going to be stuck there for at least a year. We can also learn a lot about recycling from McMurdo Station. While McMurdo staff are hardcore into recycling, the way the base is laid out doesn't lend itself to easy sorting. A Martian system would have to be not just logical and easy to use, but also a closed loop, one in which nothing was allowed to go to waste. Which, yes, means those first Martians will be drinking each other's treated pee and gardening with their poop or something like that. Not exactly glamorous, but probably necessary. Of course, for all our dunking on them, there are some things America's Antarctic bases have got right. Stuff that would be worth replicating off-world. Perhaps the number one thing is the allocation of space. A full 3/4 of McMurdo is set aside not for science or living quarters, but for storage. Fuel, equipment, replacement parts, trash, all of it needs to go somewhere. In this, the station performs much better than the ISS. Designed with less than 15% of its volume put aside for storage, the International Space Station has been a nightmare since completion. As former astronaut Stan Love explained in a 2020 meeting at the Committee on Space Research, quote, "If you're ever designing a space habitat, make sure you allocate 1/2 to 3/4 of the total area to storing stuff." Another thing many Antarctic research stations understand is the need for social spaces. McMurdo has a curling rink, yoga classes, church, and canteen. But even far, far smaller bases recognize the need for people in extreme conditions to have time to chill out. Ukraine's Vernadsky station, for example, houses a maximum of 30 people in summer, but still makes space for a combined bar and pool hall. But while cracking open a few beers and a 1/3 gravity might be good for astronaut mental health, there's another, far more important space that any Martian base will need: the greenhouses. Even if it's possible for a small crew to take everything they need to eat with them, the ability to grow fresh food on Mars will be vital, not just to relieve the monotony of prepackaged meals, but also to provide those living in this hostile place with a glimpse and a taste of home. Germany's Neumar 3 station has been experimenting with this in the pitch-black Antarctic winters, growing vegetables, salads, and herbs all without soil and sunlight, using a technique known as aeroponics, which involves hanging the plants in the air and spraying their roots with nutrients. They've been able to grow broccoli, tomatoes, chilies, cauliflowers, and more. So at the end of all that then, you can hopefully see why setting up a Mars base will be an absolutely huge operation. Why even a small 5-person team might need large spaces for storage, science, relaxing, and growing stuff. And that means that we can now move on to the highly speculative part of today's video, the part where we try to figure out just how to make this space base happen. Go research methods and materials for making a Mars base, and you'll get a galaxy of articles and papers, all proposing solutions that run the gamut, from kind of out there to so weird that we're not really even sure if that shit is science anymore. Now, since we're not engineers, we can't really make a judgment call on whether these crazier schemes are viable or not. So rather than try and stick with the most feasible, we're just going to highlight the methods that we thought were most interesting, and hopefully you'll find them most interesting too, although we should be clear that all of these are real solutions proposed by real scientists and not the result of us hiring 1,000 monkeys, giving them 1,000 typewriters and just hoping for the best. Although that would be fun. So, that out of the way, let's now turn our attention to our first category: bases built by robots. Back in 2019, the buzzily named AI Space Factory won a NASA design competition for a Mars habitat with something called Marsha. Essentially a cute contraction of Mars habitat, Marsha nonetheless stood out for both what it was and the construction method. A 4-story 3D printed home, it would be built on-site by rovers using telescopic arms. The basic idea is that rather than force Matt Damon to build his own shelter from scratch, NASA would send these rovers to the Red Planet in advance of a crewed mission. Once they landed, the robots would start collecting regolith, the reddish rock and dirt on the surface of the Martian desert. According to CBC, they'd then crush this up, all while combining it with a bioplastic known as polylactic acid. That done, the building would then begin. Using 3D printing, the rovers would turn the regolith and plastic polymer into durable materials designed to withstand the Martian environment for 2 years. Each building would be created essentially as one piece, a 4-story egg-shaped structure rising from the ground. According to the team behind the design, the base would function like an old-fashioned home, with space for leisure at the top and space for business at the very bottom. In this case, that business would be the labs for carrying out all of the experiments that NASA wants to run, as well as containing space for the airlocks. Above that would be the kitchen area, then the sleeping area, and finally the exercise area at the very top. The whole thing would be about 93 square meters or 1,000 square feet. And the best part, since it's mainly made using regolith, the structure could be replicated by the rovers again and again as expansion is required. Of course, the polylactic acid mixed in with the Martian dirt would eventually run out, but the plan is to grow parts from where it could be extracted before this happens. Nor is this the only plan that plans to combine robots and recycling the regolith. An alternative proposal by Foster and partners would likewise see rovers dropped onto the Martian surface in advance of human arrival. Unlike the 3D printers from AI Space Factory, though, they'd instead start digging, creating holes 1.5 meters deep with areas of 93 square meters. That done, self-inflating habitat pods would drop down, be fixed into holes by the robots, and then puff up to human scale. Finally, whole new robots would use the leftover regolith from the excavations to cover the new pods in dirt, heating it with microwaves so it fuses into a firm shell around the base. To be fair, this second proposal has more than a few points where the phrase, "and then the robots do whatever," where it seems to function almost like, "and then we get the wizards to do all of the hard bits." Still, this concept of regolith recycling crops up time and again in these proposals. In some cases, creating structures that could last for centuries. Now, one of the best things about being a research scientist must be when you get to write a funding proposal knowing full well how bloody weird it sounds. To illustrate the point, look no further than the team at the University of Manchester, which recently unveiled plans for creating a super strong form of cosmic concrete on Mars. The brainchild of lead researcher Dr. Alan Roberts, StarCrete involves mixing the regolith with different substances to create a durable construction material. And while the substances Dr. Roberts' team eventually settled on are fairly ordinary, two of them they tested were anything but. At various points, the researchers considered a binding agent consisting of urine and astronaut blood. So you probably see what we mean by weird. But StarCrete isn't a joke. According to a 2023 paper, the team were able to use, quote, simulated Mars dust combined with magnesium chloride and starch to create a material twice as strong as regular concrete we use on Earth. The catch in that description, of course, is the binding agents. While magnesium chloride naturally exists on Mars, starch doesn't. According to the team's calculations, you'd need to haul 25 kilograms of potatoes with you for every 213 bricks of StarCrete. After all, it's not like anyone is growing potatoes on Mars. Well, not yet. You see, the team doesn't envision great ships blasting off filled with spuds, though they envisage the first astronauts arriving with potato seeds that they grow in their labs, perhaps using hydroponics and eating food, simply saving the leftover starch at the end.
Matt Damon?
In this way, StarCrete is intended more for the second phase of construction of Moon Base, the part where the initial bit of the station is up and running and NASA now deems it time to expand. It's a similar outlook to that animating a separate Australian proposal from Swinburne University of Technology professor M. Akbar Ramadani. Likewise focused on recycling regolith, Ramadani and his team aren't interested in concrete or other base-building materials. Oh, no. They're looking at metal, specifically ways to create metallic compounds on the Martian surface without having to mine for it. Their solution? To combine the regolith with cooled carbon monoxide gas and smelt it using solar power. One of the fascinating, lesser-known experiments that the Perseverance rover ran was something called MOXIE, or Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment. In essence, MOXIE was a way of processing the Martian atmosphere to create oxygen, an obvious necessity for any future base. The process, though, also resulted in the creation of carbon monoxide. By cooling that to extract carbon, Professor Ramadani's team showed that it could be combined with regolith to create an iron alloy. An alloy that could then be melted down into new shapes as required by future Martians. This will be vital not just for construction, but for conducting repairs on machinery. And it allows future mission designers to pick a landing site without having to worry about metallic deposits, if they don't exist. Yet it's not just compounds and starch that scientists are mixing with regolith to help build future Martian bases. Just this year, NASA selected for Phase 1 development an audacious plan to use living creatures. Self-healing concrete is one of those things that actually exists, but it sounds like it is a sci-fi invention. Basically, it's a way of dealing with cracks in concrete by treating them so they heal right up, like wounds in human skin. Only the name is something of a misnomer because the concrete isn't actually healing itself. Rather, it's sealing back up thanks to bacteria. The mechanism for this is something known as biomineralization, an incredible nature hack whereby fungi or bacteria can be induced to assemble materials like calcium carbonate. But using the secret power to plug up cracks in buildings is only the start. The proposal by Dr. Congreve Grace Ginn of the University of Nebraska-Lincoln that captured NASA's attention goes way further. Her plan is to use bacteria and fungi to extract minerals from the Martian regolith and reassemble it into the building blocks of a future base. Again, this is technology that is well above our pay grades, but try to break it down, the best we could come up with is it's a magic box where bacteria make bricks. Look, luckily for people who want a more technical rundown, Dr. Ginn recently gave an interview to Universe Today where she explained it in a more intelligent way, so we'll just quote her, okay? The bacteria and fungi will work as a catalyst to promote the calcium carbonate formation, and those calcium carbonate crystals will work as a glue to bind those soil particles together. You need to put the sand particles into the mold you want, and then the bacteria and the fungi will grow them into the shape of the mold. Or as the interview write-up put it, future missions could be equipped with synthetic biology toolkits to create synthetic lighting systems. These will turn CaO3 into abundant biopolymers that can be combined with Martian regolith to grow building materials. But again, we'll just repeat, it's a magic box where bacteria make bricks. Now, what's particularly cool about this concept is that it sharply reduces the amount of stuff that future missions will need to fly from Earth. After all, bacteria cultures don't take up much space. Instead, all astronauts will need is a photobioreactor, the magic box where regolith will become durable construction materials. Even cooler, these materials should be self-healing. If an accident generates cracks, the bacteria should automatically seal them up. Now, the one potential downside is production time. Although the process is proven, it's unknown if it can be sped up to accommodate the mass production that future Martians will require. And this is why the Phase 1 funding is so exciting. It could be the beginning of a journey that will end with astronauts using tiny living creatures to build extraterrestrial structures that will last for centuries. And that, while sounding sci-fi sentence, is where we'll have to leave things for today. Look, we'll be honest with you, we can't say if any of the tech or strategies we've outlined in this video will ultimately be used. It could be that they're key to exploring Mars. It could be that NASA ultimately settles on something else. What we can say, though, is that thinking seriously about them has given us the most amazing glimpse of the future. A real future that is only a few short years away, one where humans will establish a real outpost on Mars. It's crazy to think about. The sort of sentence that would have seemed ludicrous just 10 years ago. But then that's the best part of making these videos, the glimpses they offer into human ingenuity, into mankind's ability to make seemingly crazy things a reality. We can only hope it's a reality that proves to be as awe-inspiring as our younger, nerdier selves dreamed that it would be. Without ambition, there can be no innovation. Without ambition, there can be no grand vision. Without ambition, there can be no struggle. And without ambition, there can be no victory. From the first days of the Cold War, humans' ambition has reached outward to the stars, as the most powerful nations, leaders, and innovators across the world have sought to break our final terrestrial boundary. Across the globe today, 77 world governments have their own space agencies. 16 have the capability to launch spacecraft. 5, plus the Continental European Space Agency, have the ability to land on extraterrestrial bodies. But of every nation on this planet, only 3 have brought a living human being to space: the United States, Russia, and China. Of those 3 nations, 2 of them, the USA and Russia's predecessor, the Soviet Union, brought their people to space during the Cold War. That game has been well documented, and though it is now finished, Russia and the US both reap its rewards to this day. China, however, has taken a very different route to the stars. In the past 30 years, its space program has gone from a handful of ballistic missiles to its current status as a pioneering organization and a leader in spacefaring technology. Known as Project 921, it's China's long-term journey to human spaceflight that takes the center stage today. At the forefront of China's global ambition, the center of its science and technology education, and the leading edge of its innovation, Project 921 has been a central mission that has helped guide China into its status as an emerging superpower. On April the 24th, 1970, the Dongfang Hong-1 satellite reached orbit around Earth, weighing in at 173 kilograms, just below 400 pounds, and carried to space on an indigenously produced Chinese rocket. This chunky little thing had just 2 tasks to complete while in orbit: sing a patriotic song and announce the time. But despite having a limited mission and nobody to sing to in the vacuum of space, the satellite was a major proof of concept in its day. Made in China, launched with materials manufactured in China, and under the sole control of China, Dongfang Hong-1 put its nation alongside the US, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and France as the only 5 countries to have ever launched anything into space. China's entry into that exclusive club had been a long time in the making, and it hadn't come easily. First adopted by Mao Zedong in 1958, the idea that China should attempt to place an artificial satellite in orbit was a massive undertaking. This was made especially true since it coincided with the disastrous Great Leap Forward, which would see the deaths of millions of people in China over the next several years. But it was technically feasible to achieve, and for the next 12 years, a task force based at the Chinese Academy of Sciences set to work making it happen. Under the leadership of Chinese scientist Qian Zhuzhen, who had been educated in the United States before being expelled during the Red Scare of the 1940s and 50s, China's team of space scientists slowly grew. Tightly linked with China's nuclear weapons program, for which Zhuzhen was also instrumental, this space program would develop the Long March series of rockets. Similar to the United States and Soviet Russia, China's first launch vehicles were based on ballistic missiles, although they would grow far more sophisticated as time went on. By the time of their first successful launch in 1970, China's rocket scientists and engineers were already thinking about how to put their first man in space, and just a year later, they selected 19 astronaut candidates to train and compete for that honor. But like many groups and initiatives over the course of modern Chinese history, there's no stopping the Communist Party when its sights are set on an internal enemy. In the years of the Cultural Revolution, that internal enemy was China's intellectual class, including many of its best scientists and engineers. Though the space program held on for years, eventually the pressure of the revolution was just too much, and as their leaders were dismissed from their posts, the program's astronaut trainees were sent back. Before long, China had just a shadow of a space program, the last remnant of which was abolished in 1980. 12 years later, China was in a very different position. A stable political situation had brought with it a stable, growing economy, and the recent collapse of the Soviet Union had left something of a vacuum in the communist world. China's hardliners had just reaffirmed their control over the nation, but with an acute awareness of the hunger for progress and modernity that many of China's billion-plus citizens were feeling. The technological innovation inherent to a space program had begun to look very appealing for the Communist Party, who recognized the many direct and fringe benefits to such a bold scientific program. From this came Project 921, China's reborn aspiration to reach out into space, and more importantly, to see it firsthand. It was designated as such for the year it was launched, 1992, and with a suffix of 1 to indicate that it was 1992's first major national initiative. Its long mission was broken into 3 phases, each of which would take years, if not decades, to complete. In Phase 1, China would launch an unmanned spacecraft and learn everything it needed to know, in theory, to put a living, breathing human into space. In Phase 2, China's astronauts, referred to as taikonauts, would learn how to get back and forth from orbit, perform spacewalks, dock their modules, and prepare facilities for a short-term space station. And in Phase 3, China would construct its own space station from which it could support a crewed mission in the long term. It was a bold plan, overseen by the newly founded China National Space Administration, and although it could take some inspiration from Russian and American designs, China would have to develop and manufacture its own technology in order to realize its objectives. But the nation's scientists were up to the task, and with a team jointly assembled from some of the best minds within government and private industry, they set to work. In order to visit space, you've got to get out of Earth's orbit, and China's early answer to that problem was the Long March 2F, a 2-stage rocket 62 meters in length with 4 strap-on booster rockets and a payload of 8,400 kilograms. The 2F was intended to be a human-safe improvement on the Long March 2 family of rockets. Its predecessor, the Long March 2E, was largely a failure of design and had damaged several satellites on the way into space. So in order to make the 2F a rocket that anyone in their right mind would even consider boarding, it had to be overhauled for safety purposes. Within the Long March 2F, Chinese engineers designed the Shenzhou space capsule, based largely on technology from the Russian Soyuz capsule. In 1995, Russia provided major support for the Chinese program, including actual modules for replication. The Shenzhou capsule is visually similar to the Soyuz, although its larger size and range of changes to its inner components set it apart from the older craft. The capsule consists of 3 modules: a forward orbital module with its own system of propulsion, an aft service module, and a capsule for re-entry to the Earth's surface. The capsule's launch escape system was developed fully by Chinese scientists, and by the end of 1998, the rocket and the prototype spacecraft were ready for a first test. During this same time, China had been hard at work identifying its first taikonauts. 2 military pilots, Wu Ji and Li Qinlong, were selected for training in Russia in 1996, and 2 years later, 14 pilots were identified for candidacy. To support them, the Beijing Aerospace Flight Control Center was opened in 1998. China's first launch of the craft came on November the 20th, 1999, when the Shenzhou-1 prototype craft lifted off from a launch pad in Jianquan. There was no crew in the vessel at the time, and the objective was simple: get it into orbit and bring it back home. The mission was a success, and the return capsule touched down in Mongolia just a day later. The next launch wouldn't take place for over a year, but in early 2001, the Shenzhou 2 spent 7 days orbiting the Earth before touching down safely. The craft had hosted a number of microgravity experiments, as well as a monkey, a dog, and a rabbit, and several mice in order to test the module's life support systems. The animals all survived re-entry. The third and fourth missions, both held in 2002, were also deemed a success. The third carried a dummy that simulated basic human physiology functions, while the fourth carried 2 dummies and all the equipment necessary for a crewed flight. On the 15th of October, 2003, the big day finally came. Taikonaut Yang Liwei was strapped into the Shenzhou 5, and just 6 minutes after takeoff, he and his capsule entered orbit of the Earth. 21 hours later, Yang landed safely in Mongolia, and with his arrival back on the surface, China became only the third nation in history to put a human being in space and bring them back down safely, all on their own. It was an absolutely massive historic achievement, one that the world applauded nearly unanimously on its scientific merit. And it was an achievement that set off a cascade of Chinese advancements as their space program moved into phase 2. In the coming years, China would launch 2 more missions to space, both using the Long March 2F to get the job done. In October 2005, 2 Taikonauts spent 5 days in space before returning safely, and in September 2008, 3 of China's space explorers carried out their first ever spacewalk. These launches provided China with opportunities to make a range of changes and alterations to their standard operating procedures, and the Shenzhou modules had a number of improvements focused on safety, livability, and boosted capacity to host scientific experiments. But China's manned spaceflight initiative wasn't the only program going on at this time, and on November 5, 2007, China's first lunar orbiter entered the moon's gravity well. Another one would be launched just under 3 years later, and while China's manned and unmanned space programs fed off each other, they also competed for a limited pool of resources. But just because a limited number of manned space flights took place during these years doesn't mean that the scientists and taikonauts behind the program weren't hard at work. In fact, it was just the opposite. In these few short years, the hope was that the experience gained from the first 7 Shenzhou missions would provide enough critical information to fuel China's next set of goals, to lay the groundwork for a short-term habitable space station. This initiative led to China's first in the Tiangong series of spacecraft. With the name translating to Heavenly Palace, the Tiangong-1 space station would be the experimental craft on which China would test its docking systems and scientific tools. It would also help to further cement China's status alongside Russia and the United States, since Russia's Salyut and Mir space stations and the United States' Skylab had been major spacefaring achievements of their own. By this time, the International Space Station had been continually occupied for years, and with Mir recently deorbited and brought back to Earth, China had the opportunity to become the world's only country with an actively inhabited national space station of its own. Over the course of several years, China's scientists and engineers designed and assembled the Tiangong-1. At a weight of 8,500 kilograms, 10.5 meters long by 3.5 wide, it was just a bit larger than the Shenzhou spacecraft, still restrained by the structure of the Long March rockets that would bring it into orbit. Inside, Tiangong-1 had 2 sections, a pressurized module in the front where taikonauts were meant to live for the duration of their time in space, and an unpressurized module in the back where a propulsion system would be housed. The vessel was solar-powered and contained ergonomic and safety features for its travelers to the extent that such things could fit on such a small craft. The craft was launched into space in September 2011, where it established orbit 350 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. Once there, it was used as a testbed for one of the most potentially catastrophic steps in spaceflight, and one that China absolutely couldn't get wrong if lives were on the line. The craft had to dock with a Shenzhou vessel, and just a month after entering orbit, it would do just that. The Shenzhou 8 was sent to rendezvous with Tiangong-1, uncrewed and underground control. Upon arrival, the transport craft docked with the station during orbital darkness and maintained docking for 12 days and then undocked, after which a second rendezvous and docking took place in sunlight. A biological sample provided by Germany and the European Space Agency was present for the entire flight and was kept alive during the docking process. The mission was a resounding success and proved that taikonauts could safely be sent to the Tiangong-1. The mission also finalized the design of the Shenzhou line of spacecraft, and since this mission, no crafts have been significantly modified from the design of Shenzhou 8. With all systems go, China had 2 years to work with Tiangong before it was scheduled to be decommissioned. On the Shenzhou 9, 3 taikonauts became the first crew to rendezvous with their space station, where they stayed for a successful mission lasting several days. Among their number was Liu Yan, the first Chinese woman to travel to space, alongside Liu Wang and Commander Jing Haipeng. Then, riding to space on the Shenzhou 10, another crew of 3 taikonauts would live for 2 full weeks on the station, conducting medical and technological experiments. Also on this trip, Wang Yiping, China's second woman in space, would teach a science lesson that was broadcast live to 60 million Chinese students. After this group, the Tiangong-1 entered its manned service, and it would be monitored for several years unmanned before re-entering Earth's atmosphere in April 2018, when it, like other stations of its size, split into a whole bunch of little pieces and burned down. But by this time, its successor craft, the Tiangong-2, was already in orbit, where it had been since 2016. With the same design parameters as its predecessor, this space station was visited by humans only once, with a team of 2 taikonauts spending 33 days in orbit with the help of Shenzhou 11. During their stay, they acclimated to space, recorded their experiences, and most importantly, they didn't die, thus demonstrating the craft's ability to maintain life support for an entire month. Tiangong-2 also performed a second unmanned mission in 2017 when it hosted an unmanned resupply vessel, the Tianzhou-1. Much like the previous unmanned rendezvous, this was a chance for a new class of spacecraft to demonstrate that it could safely interact with the space station, using the docking technology and procedures that China had put on board. This test too was a success, and when Tiangong-2 reached the end of its service life in 2019, it came down in the same way as its predecessor, burning up in a quiet, lonely, atmospheric cremation. Now, after years with habitable space stations in orbit, it may be tempting to dismiss Tiangong-1 and 2 as a bit wasteful, considering that between them they hosted only 7 taikonauts, completed only 5 successful rendezvous missions, and spent less than 2 cumulative months inhabited. But in truth, these 2 craft were in service to a far broader goal, one which China had now checked off every necessary box to approve. With station docking, rendezvous, life support, and the human effects of spaceflight all worked out, China was ready to build its permanent space station. This was the Tiangong, no numbers needed, as it would be the first, last, and only permanent vessel, and if all went well, it would place a magnificent capstone on China's decade-long quest. Compared to the 2 prior Tiangong models, the new station would be a behemoth. First revealed in 2018, the station's design included 3 modules: the Tianhe, which would form the core of the station, and 2 additional modules, the Wentian and the Mengtian. The Tianhe core module was approximately the size of a bus all by itself, and in addition to full living quarters for the crew, it would include the power, propulsion, and life support mechanisms for the station, as well as a docking hub to receive visiting Shenzhou craft. The Wentian module provided backup versions of all the essential bits and bobs needed to keep the taikonauts alive, as well as an independent airlock that they could use to exit the station and begin a spacewalk. The Wentian also established 3 more living quarters for short-term residents and contained ample laboratory space. The Mengtian module greatly expanded the station's capacity to host experiments, as well as adding additional communications features and a cargo airlock for unmanned supply craft. Each experimental module has a different focus. The Wentian is for life sciences, while the Mengtian hosts microgravity experiments. The core Tianhe module was brought to space in 2001 on a much improved rocket system, Long March 5, which was built to carry heavier payloads into orbit. An uncrewed Tianzhou vessel delivered the supplies needed to host a living crew in orbit, and on June 17, 2021, the Shenzhou 12 docked with the Tiangong, delivering 3 taikonauts for a stay of 90 days. This crew performed 2 spacewalks and spent much of their time installing equipment, testing technology, and performing basic experiments that would confirm China's understanding of the effects of a long-term stay in microgravity. Their mission, too, was a success, and just a month later, Shenzhou 13 brought another crew to the station. These 3 taikonauts were of special importance to the overall Chinese mission, as it was these 3 who would be the first to complete a stay of a full 6 months on board the Tiangong. From this point forward, all crews were to expect a 6-month stay, marking the end of the exploratory, proof-of-concept crew survival tests that had guided China up to this point. Yet again, the mission was a success, and the next crew, the Shenzhou 14, would complete their own 6-month stay, which ended just 5 days before this script was written. The crew oversaw the addition of the Wentian and Mengtian laboratories to the overall Tiangong structure. On the 24th of July 2022, the Wentian was docked with the station, and on the 31st of October, the Mengtian joined as well. The crew also performed a number of different spacewalks to get both modules fully set up. The next group arrived on Shenzhou 15 on November the 29th, 2022, and as of the time of writing, taikonauts Fei Zhonglong, Deng Qingming, and Zhang Lu are still up there, carrying on the mission of the space travelers that preceded them. It's hard to say exactly what is in store for the Chinese space program from here on out, but we do know some basics for sure. Shenzhou missions will continue to run to and from Tiangong with a continuous crew of at least 3 members at a given time, and a resupply by the unmanned cargo vessels will also continue to go. The station will also rendezvous with China's new telescope, where it will supply refuel using the Tiangong's power sources. Taikonauts will continue running experiments, broadcasting science lessons back to Chinese students, and conducting spacewalks to put the finishing touches on the station. And more of them will be trained as well to replace the aging first and second generations of space explorers. In the coming years, China hopes that Tiangong will replace the International Space Station as the world's premier space station. The ISS is due for decommission in 2031, and Chinese Taikonauts are currently barred from the station by default, as the United States' NASA organization is strictly prohibited from sharing data with China. If there is no replacement available by that time, though, America's desire to continue sending astronauts to space might just supersede its rule against data sharing. Beyond this, many Western onlookers speculate that China's space program may form a more and more instrumental part of Xi Jinping's Chinese dream as time goes on. Whether this will include components of militarization in space remains to be seen. And China's ambitions in space are far from satisfied. The state's media organizations become very clear about their goals for the decades ahead, and on a tight timeline, they hope to bring Taikonauts to territory that no human has walked before. By 2025, China hopes to collect samples from near-Earth asteroids, followed by a sample return mission to Mars in 2030. In the same year, China claims it will land Taikonauts on the Moon, while also sending an unmanned probe to Jupiter. In 2033, it will be Mars's turn to host Chinese Taikonauts, who, on that timetable, will be the first humans to ever witness the Red Planet in person. By 2035, China aims to have a series of reusable carrier rockets to replace the existing Long March designs, and their goal of a nuclear-powered space shuttle is to be realized by 2040. According to China, it aims to be a leading space power by 2045, with further missions to Mars and exploration of the outer solar system to follow. In the much nearer term, the Tiangong might also be receiving some new upgrades and a dramatic expansion to its current size. One key design feature to the station is that its core module has an extra docking station from which a new module can be added, and if that new module has an extra docking station of its own, it can add another module after that. Start to add more and more docking stations on a hypothetical new module, and it's easy to imagine how the station could conceivably be expanded outward in 3 dimensions. Speculation for the planned new modules includes improvements on the available living space and amenities for the Taikonauts, plus an additional set of redundancies for the life support and propulsion systems on board. A clear plan for if and when this expansion will take place is still unknown. And so at present, that's it. China's 30-year mission to put man in space, from its humble beginnings to its impressive current state of affairs. Across 15 launches of the Shenzhou craft, China has been able to not just get people into orbit, but put them on space stations, keep them alive, and most importantly, bring them home safely. China has certainly had its setbacks, including launch and orbital failures in 2020 and 2021, but those were failures of the Long March rockets. The Shenzhou transports, the unmanned cargo vessels, the Tiangong's predecessors, and the permanent station itself have all been safe, reliable, and by and large they've done exactly what they were supposed to do, with no significant failures of design or engineering. It's important to add a caveat here, that there's a lot about the Chinese space program that we still don't know, and might never know. But when talking about the kind of disasters and fatalities that the Soviet and American space programs had to endure, it's clear to see that China has been able to avoid similar outcomes. Some of this is likely from the shared benefits of hindsight, loaned Russian data, and clear examples of what not to do. But regardless, China's manned spaceflight program has a near spotless safety record. As this mission continues, there's no telling precisely what China will choose to do with its new abilities as a spacefaring nation, and in today's world, it's hard to imagine an outcome in which China's eventual choices don't have some serious geopolitical ramifications. But for all the mucking about we humans do on Earth, there's something to be said for the sheer magnitude of China's accomplishments in space. Accomplishments that, much like American and Russian endeavors to the same, offer something to all of humanity. Whether aboard Tiangong, on missions to the Moon or Mars, or on whatever great expeditions await in our the future of Project 921 may well play an instrumental role in the future of the human species itself.
per i fotocari.